Joining us just a little bit late, and we also have Senator Erickson online, who hopefully will be joining us later today. I'm going to get us going because one thing I know about us is we're a group that likes to really discuss things thoroughly, which I think is of a great benefit. And our purpose for being here. So I want to leave us lots of time to do that. I am going to go straight to Jennifer Light with KLRD to talk about the high-cost special education funding options.
Good morning, Madam Vice Chair, members of the task force. For the record, my name is Jennifer Light, and I'm the Senior Fiscal Analyst with KLRD. Lovely to see you all again here for the second day. I am going to start with the white KLRD memo that says high-cost special education models in other states. I do want to mention that there is a blue, cobalt blue piece of paper that does have the high-cost service funding in other states. This is an ECS document that we have provided to you that has the high-cost services, high-cost special education models in other states, and that is from 2023. So according to this survey, there are 21 states which use a high-cost services model for special education. These states include Alabama, Colorado, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and Washington, to name a few. I'm not going to name out all 21, but they are listed on your blue document. I do want to mention that Kansas is not one of the 21 states listed. This is because when the question came to Kansas looked at that as outside of the special education state aid as its own separate category, and so the answer was no for Kansas. There may be other states that responded similarly to the ECS survey at that point, so there may be additional states that do a high-cost or a high-cost special education model, but they are not reflected in this specific report. As a reminder, Kansas includes part of their high costs is the catastrophic aid section of special education state aid that we talked about last month. So within the 21 states, the disbursement of the additional funding varies. Some states have a specific threshold. Arkansas, for example, provides 100% of additional funding starting at $15,000 per student, and then when it hits the $65,000, it moves from 100% to 80%, and then it is capped at $100,000. On the other end of the spectrum, Pennsylvania's threshold doesn't start until they hit $75,000 in additional costs. Other states have the threshold at a multiplier of a specific figure using base aid or the average per pupil expenditures. Maine, for example, they use a threshold of 3 times the special education per pupil rate for their in-district, and then 4 times the special education per pupil rate for out-of-district placement. We are looking at specifically at 2 models today, Colorado and Massachusetts. In your packets that you've received, you received some information about Texas, which uses which only uses the federal money for their high costs special education funding, as well as then additional information for both Colorado and Massachusetts. I'm happy to pause here so we can talk about the 21 states, or I can go into the 2 different models first.
Let's pause here and take questions while they are fresh in folks' mind. Any questions or comments that you have about what you've heard so far? Well, we're going to finish by lunch at this rate. Jennifer doesn't mind. Jennifer, go ahead and proceed. And if you think of questions later as you process, we can always come back to it.
Absolutely. The first state was Colorado, that was chosen partially because it is a neighboring state that does a high cost model, but additionally it has in statute it has a high cost trust fund. So Colorado includes in categorical state aid, and it has since 2006, high-cost state funding. This funding has gone every year since 2006, and this has $4 million, which is split between in-district and out-of-district requests. In 2019, Colorado set up a high-cost special education trust fund. So in the packet that you have under Colorado, you have the act that set up the trust fund. The trust fund is additional state money on top of that $4 million allocated each year in the categorical. There was, at the time that it was started, $2.5 million, all from marijuana tax revenues, was put into an interest-bearing trust account, and the interest accrued was to be used to grant additional high-cost funding to school districts that applied to the trust. And then the Senate bill that set this up, Senate Bill 19066, allowed school districts to apply for funding for this trust fund from each year. You were not guaranteed to get it just because you received it the year before, and it was to be dispersed for students who exceed $100,000 or exceeds 0.5% of the school district's total operating costs for the previous year. There's a review process for this, which goes in front of the Special Education Fiscal Advisory Committee, and then it goes in front of the state board. So that is what is written into the law that Colorado put in about the high-cost special education trust fund. However, in 2020, Colorado withdrew their original $2.5 million from that trust fund, which left $50,000 in the interest within it. It continued to earn interest over the next several years, and then in 2025, the Colorado Legislature removed that as well. So even though this went into law and is in statute, and it says in statute that it is around until 2027, Colorado does not currently have any money in that fund and has not actually fund any high-cost applications on top of that $4 million. So we did want to provide, since the layout and the structure of the trust fund is there, we wanted to make sure that you had that, as the trust fund had been a discussion point during the special education discussion last month. So we did want to provide a place where the trust fund had been set up, give you an idea of what the model would look like, but there is no results from the Colorado one at this time. Happy to stand for questions about Colorado.
Representative McDonald, and then Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So they still have the $4 million each year?
That is correct. In your packet, on top of your packet today, there was a handout titled Colorado's High-Cost Tier C funding, and that is what the $4 million, and that's how that works and is laid out.
As a follow-up, if I can, do we know why they discontinued the trust fund?
My understanding from talking to some fiscal analysts in Colorado was the $2.5 million was never meant to be used for, it was only meant to be the interest-bearing portion for it. And so they pulled it back in 2020 due to COVID and their concerns at that point. And then the additional funding was pulled this year due to the legislature's decisions. I don't have answers as to why Colorado's legislature made that decision, but we're looking at something less than $100,000 within that account this year.
Thank you. Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the question just got answered in that the $4 million is still appropriated. They still have the high cost tier.
That is correct. Okay. Tier C is still a portion of it. The Colorado, as you know, the Colorado formula is also changing, and my understanding from reaching out to Colorado is that the Tier C will still remain. I have not gotten final confirmation from Colorado's fiscal group on that yet. So,
thank you. Any other questions or comments? And while we're paused, I'll just mention that Senator Petty is also on WebEx, just to keep our records clear on who's attending. Thank you. Jennifer, you may proceed.
So the other one that we looked at is Massachusetts. Massachusetts is also in the process of changing its school finance formula. However, it does include their circuit breaker program, which is their high costs, which deals with the high cost special education funding. Massachusetts was also chosen because it has had a significant increase in the NAEP scores since 2019 for students with disabilities. So that's why we are highlighting Massachusetts here for you today. So Massachusetts special education funding includes the state's Commonwealth Special Education Reimbursement Program, which is referred to as the Circuit Breaker Program in Massachusetts. It was started in 2004, but it has expanded underneath the Student Opportunity Act, which started in 2021. So reimbursement under the circuit breaker program is calculated on a per student basis once the total cost of services exceed the circuit breaker threshold. The threshold in fiscal year 2024 was $51,721. Once that threshold is met for the student, there are still other qualifications that need to be met to receive either of the two funding sources, which are extraordinary relief funding and reserve relief funding. To qualify for the Extraordinary Relief Fund, a school district must demonstrate that their current school year special education costs exceed the previous year's costs claimed under that program by at least 25%. School districts that meet this qualification will then split the extraordinary relief funding for the year. Massachusetts strives to meet 75% of the expenses above the annual threshold. This had been prorated before fiscal year 2021, but as part of the changes to the special education part of the Student Opportunity Act, they will now provide 75% of the excess costs for these students across the board. There will be no prorating the 75%. In fiscal year 24, $27.8 million was appropriated for this funding. They did that year receive eligible claims, which totaled $33.8 million in reimbursements. So they did transfer $6 million from their reserve relief funding to the extraordinary relief funding to provide that 75% across the board. I've given some examples here as to how a school district would calculate if they are going to receive the extraordinary relief funding. You'll see that there are three examples: District A, District B, and District C. And that's just so when we move into the reserve relief, you can see across the board a school district that would receive one or the other or both, and how that calculation would happen. Happy to stand for questions on extraordinary relief or move on to reserve relief.
I think we do have a couple of questions. The chair has a question and Director Rooker has a question. I'll ask my question. Did you get a sense of where you said it exceeds 4 times the average foundation? Did you get a sense of percentage-wise how many of their students fall into this category?
So before the Student Opportunity Act, it was 4 times the average statewide foundation aid. Now you have to reach the threshold, which is the $51,721.
Okay, thank you. And did you get a sense of how many students fall due with that?
I have a request out to Massachusetts about that. I don't have that information right now. Happy to provide it once we get it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I was just trying to put it into perspective. Director Rucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jenny, this is ECS 50-state comparison of special ed, and I know we have a lot of information from KLRD to go through, so forgive me if this is a question answered in these handouts. But this is 2024, and you've mentioned that their formula is changing. Would this information still be relevant?
So I did go back and look at Massachusetts specifically because theirs is changing. In the blue sheet, that should be the up-to-date version, which includes the SOA information. I'm going to stand here and make sure that that actually made it onto this sheet.
Madam Chair, may I ask a follow-up?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So this is the high cost component that we're learning about.
That is correct.
The 50-state SPED comparison from ECS also has census-based and multiple weights. This is for Massachusetts. Right. The base foundation provides $30,771 per in-district special education student, and $37,000, I think it's $115 for tuitioned out special education. Sorry, this is teeny tiny font. These costs are shared by the state and the district. So I think what I would love, if it's not in these handouts, is that piece of the picture besides the high cost segment of their special ed funding. what does Massachusetts do baseline for special ed?
So, Madam Chair, I do not have that information up here with me right this second. I'm happy to go ahead and pull what the Student Opportunity Act talks about with the changes that they were doing. I did look specifically for high cost today because we had talked about special education overall last time, but I'm happy to go ahead and get that information and follow up with it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any other questions or comments for Jennifer? All right, seeing none, Jennifer, go ahead.
So, in addition to the possibility of getting extraordinary relief funding, a school district may also apply for reserve relief funding. So this is the funding that was added to the circuit breaker program in fiscal year 2024. Approximately $20 million from this was distributed in that fiscal year to school districts. Another interesting point is that the reserve relief funding may be carried forward one fiscal year from the year that the services were provided. So if a service was provided in fiscal year 24, the school district could carry that funding through fiscal year 2025, but could not carry it into fiscal year 2026. To qualify for reserve relief funding, a school district must demonstrate that current year's costs are exceeding the school district's previous year's costs by 7.5%, and that increase is greater than 0.5% of the school district's net school spending. So net school spending is determined by taking the state. Let's do it this way. If you think about it, the net school spending is similar to, but not equal to, total foundation aid, and how we work out the discussion for total foundation aid, state foundation aid, local contribution portions. The same thing applies to Massachusetts when they're working their way to the foundation budget. So if you think about it the same way, and just think it's similar to, but not equal to, a total foundation aid discussion, you would be pretty close to getting to net school spending. Happy to go ahead and elaborate on this further, either one-on-one or in a memo to clarify it all, but I think for purposes of an initial dive, that's kind of an easy way to think of as an overall explanation without getting too far down in the weeds and having everybody's eyes glaze over and be very confusing. So then in the examples, we have, I'm going to walk through one of the examples for this because it is slightly different than the ones before it. So I am going to do example 5, which is in the middle of page 5. So in District B, the net eligible special education instructions costs for fiscal year 23 was $1 million. And the net eligible special education instructions for 24 is 1.2 million, and their NSS is $30 million. So first, you would calculate the change in net eligibility costs and what 0.5% of the NSS is. So 1.2 million minus $1 million is 200,000. Then you have 30 million, which is the NSS, multiplied by 0.05. Well, now I'm, I will double check whether that's a 0.5 or a 0.05 and get you clarification for that here shortly. But the math for this, if we continue down the 0.05, is $150,000. $200,000 is greater than $150,000, so they would meet the requirements for the reserve relief funding. And then we would calculate their actual funding that they would get. So they take the adjusted from the previous years, which is $1 million times 1.105 or 7.5% gets you to 1.075 million. Then you subtract that from the 1.2 million to get to 125,000, and then if there was any extraordinary relief, that is also subtracted out at this point. District B does not have that. If you're curious, District C, the example 6, does have that. And so for District B, it would be 125,000 is what they would receive in the reserve relief funding. So 2 pots of money, on top of what their special education regular amount is. So this is for the high cost. Two different pots of money that they can apply for. You could get one, you could get the other, you could get both, depending on what you apply for and where your finances are. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My ears perked up when I noticed that both Colorado and Massachusetts use a 0.5% of, with Colorado, it was 0.5% of the school district's total operating costs for the previous school year, and with Massachusetts, it was 0.5% of the district's net school spending. Is there something magical about 0.5%? Do you know how they came to that, and is it odd to anyone else that they both came to that number?
Madam Chair, I can't speak to how the different states came to their 0.5%. I would say that it's an easy number to choose for a multiplier in general, but that is not necessarily why those states chose to use that percentage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have Representative Getz and then Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you remind me, Jennifer, and thanks for all of this, what do we spend on catastrophic aid as Kansas? Because this was the 20 million. I'm just trying to get a comparison, and I couldn't remember. I wondered if anybody could help kind of what our total is.
I do not have that dollar up here with me. Dr. Harwood may have it, or I can go back and get it.
Dr. Harwood?
It was about 1.33 million. It's been between 1.3 and 1.4 million consistently.
Okay, so much less. Thank you. Appreciate it.
But and that's kind of part of why I asked the question about what percentage or what raw number, because the number of students, I think it also would have a huge impact. And having lived and taught in Massachusetts, it's a pretty high population. So I just wanted to think about some of that context. Senator Petty?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So my question has to do with the fact, I think, Jennifer, you said that in Massachusetts, they don't have to apply within the first year. They can actually wait till the second year to apply for this, for either one of these funds. And my question was, does that give them a priority on the waiting for a year, or is it just because they might not know their expenses?
So, Madam Chair, if that was the impression I gave, I apologize. I misspoke. It is not that they can apply for it the following year. It's that if they receive the funding in the current year, they can carry that funding forward for only one additional year for the reserve relief. It is not that they can apply the year after and get money for the previous fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I misunderstood that. I appreciate that clarification.
Dr. Harwood?
I think it is important when we're looking at the dollar amounts. It's really two things with, let's call it high cost. And if we don't change anything else, if we can change the name catastrophic, that'd be great. But the idea of what makes the biggest difference is the number of students that qualify. The number of students that qualify is going to depend on what your threshold for getting into it is. Those are the big things. So it's how much do you have to spend per student for you to qualify for those funds, and then that's going to determine how many of those students there are. Now, for the total amount, the population of the state makes a huge difference, because if you have a lot more students, you're going to have a lot more expense there. So those are all factors that are in there. But I think that's all things you kind of have to work out. Even once you figure out, hey, I like this system, then those are the things you start looking at as you look at how much and how often.
Thank you. Director Rucker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jenny, using this handout, I think I am tracking the reason, like if this was source material, if you turn to any of their calculation example scenarios, so let's say page 8, in the section B, on the left-hand side, they say 0.5% of FY23 net school spending, and then on the right-hand side, this one says 0.005 as the multiplier. There's another example that they used where it was a .05, and I don't know if these are typos in their handouts. It was just pretty confusing to track, so.
Well, I will admit that I pulled my examples from theirs for this purpose of this memo, but I will go back and just double check that the math all works correctly.
Appreciate it.
And give you an update on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Jennifer at this point? Okay, Jennifer, please proceed.
Madam Chair, that is what I have on the high costs for other states. Happy to either look for additional information, stand for any questions overall, but that is the end of what I have to present on for high costs.
Okay, thank you. Any other last call for questions? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've mentioned that Colorado and Massachusetts are in the process of rewriting things. Do we have a feel for how they've addressed this particular need in future plans?
So Colorado is, I'm verifying that the 4 million is still moving through. In Massachusetts, they addressed it by increasing within the SOA the amount. They changed the threshold in the SOA, so they moved it from the paragraph at the bottom of page 2 of the memo where it talks about 2 times or 3 times base to a specific dollar amount. And then they also, instead of making it prorated for the 75% for extraordinary relief, they made it that they will provide 75%. There is no prorating happening in that 75%. And they added the reserve relief funding on top of that. That was part of the SOA.
So it sounds like you've got that part already written in these. Thank you. I wasn't sure.
Happy to make sure that's clear.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. We are now going to move to the portion of our agenda where we have special ed funding follow-up. So Dr. Harwood, your turn on the hot seat. It's going to be your phone a friend when you're up there.
Well, actually, I think we have plenty in the audience because just as a reminder of the task we were given at the last meeting was to assemble a group of special education experts and was to look at a student-based model that they could agree to and to also look at improvements to our current model. And then one of the other things that came up was that we should not consider money to be an object, but then think about if it is. And so I think that is exactly what you're going to get. Actually, I clarified that twice. Yeah. So in Salina, let's see, a week ago, Tuesday, we assembled a group of special education directors, some school finance folks, and a couple of superintendents from across the state. And we met all day to talk about different finance formulas and different parts of how they wanted to do that. So all the names are listed here, and I think a lot of them are in the crowd. So this would be if we do get questions about what was talked about, we have lots of folks here that can help us with that. So we started the conversation around if money really wasn't an object, what would we do? And so in light of that, we looked at Wyoming's model. And Wyoming has a 100% reimbursement model. And then to help with the idea that we've talked about several times during the task force about cash balances, in order to minimize that, districts would report their spending monthly and would be reimbursed monthly with that. So again, that's Wyoming's model. That's how they fund special education. I'm not sure about how often they actually provide the funding, but they do 100% reimbursement. We took that to mean 100% reimbursement of excess costs. So you would subtract out the federal funds, including Medicaid reimbursement, and then everything that would left would be a special education expense. So a little bit on the conversation yesterday about the different funds. Just as a reminder, what we call Fund 30 is a special education fund. You can only make expenditures from that fund that are in service of an IEP, so we would just look at the expenses that were made from that fund. And so what I think is handout 7.3, so actually it's on the top where it talks about, looks like this one, looks like the total reimbursement model. For those of you who pay attention to the local contribution state aid model, this looks exactly like that, except for some columns are missing because it gets figured the exact same way. And it would be, and the other thing I will point out with this is actually for 23-24 because we didn't have total costs for 24-25 yet. We get those in October from the districts when they submit their budgets. So this is a little bit different than the other models we've talked about because we have been talking about student-based models on 24-25 data. This had to be 23-24 because that's when we had the total amounts for. So when you look at that, it has a total cost of about $954 million, which would be an increase from the $528 million that was allocated for 23-24 of about $438 million. And this would just be every district gets reimbursed for their special ed expenses above what they receive from federal funds. So you wanted simple, that's about as simple as it gets. But it does have a cost, so we'll talk about another model in a minute, but I'm happy to take questions about that.
Thank you. You read my mind. That was a very good pause point. Questions for Dr. Harwood? Okay, we'll go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
So then the next part of our assignment was to come up with a student-based special education formula. And for that, I will introduce April Hilliard, who is the director at the Butler County Educational Interlocal Cooperative, and she will talk about that one.
Thank you. And if you could restate your name and title for the record, please.
My name is April Hilliard. I'm the director of Butler County Interlocal, and I'm here to represent the work group that was established a couple of weeks ago to talk about some funding options. Thank you for allowing us to be here and present some information to you. When we were tasked with looking at what are some options if we were looking at a student-based model, and there are several states in the United States that do use a student-based model, and so we looked at some of those options to consider, would that be a good model for Kansas? I know that as a task force, it has been said multiple times that we need to look at something that allows for transparency, simplicity, and some predictability. And so these student-based models do that, and we went through several of them. One of the ones that we looked at were three main ones. One was a student-based model based on whether or not a student had an IEP. Another model was whether or not a student had an IEP and then what their individual exceptionality was. And then another model looked at student IEPs and the amount of time in service that student had, which put them into some sort of tier, which then allowed a payout based on some sort of weighting. All of these are weightings based on the foundation aid. When we looked at the benefits and drawbacks to each of these models, the model that kind of rose to the top was a model that's used in Maine. And I know that that was a model that was presented to you last month. And so we kind of based a lot of our decisions on that. This does allow for simplicity because it's simply based on, does a student have an IEP? If they do, they're going to receive a weighting. If they don't, they would not receive the weighting. But we had to determine how we're going to, what is the weighting going to look like? So we looked at several different things. We looked at what is the cost of special education for a student with special needs? So how much does it cost to provide instruction, the specially designed instruction a student needs? How much does it cost for a student to have related services such as speech language pathology, occupational therapy, or physical therapy? How much does it cost for a student to have kind of unique services such as interpreting or nursing services? How much does it cost to transport students to and from school who have special transportation? What are the costs of things like assistive technology, specialized equipment such as changing tables or eye gaze equipment, and then what is the cost that is associated with every student related to child find, evaluations, or compliance. So we took all these factors for students, and we came up with an average cost per student. We also looked at what would it cost for each exceptionality, and why would this be a benefit or drawback? And what we decided was, if you're looking at exceptionalities, a student can really vary depending on where they fall on the continuum of support. So a student who, let's say, has autism could have a lot of need or very little need. So we kind of eliminated that option of paying out a weighting based on exceptionality, because what we determined was, when you're looking at students based on IEP count, there are students that have higher cost needs, and there are students that have lower cost needs. And when you put those together, you kind of balance out the high and the low cost. So your low-cost students are going to receive a weighting, and they'll help pay for the higher-cost students who cost more than the weighting that you receive. So that was how we looked at what would a weighting be. So we came up with a 2.0 weighting based on the current foundation aid for a student who has an IEP. But we know that we had to put some parameters in place to mitigate some of the concerns we had with a one-count system. So we don't want to incentivize high prevalence rates. We don't want students to be placed in special education because there's some sort of incentive for a weighting. And so in order to kind of mitigate those concerns, what we decided was anything over a certain threshold would receive a reduced weighting. Right now, in the United States, the average prevalence rate is 15%. So in Kansas, the prevalence rate is 17%, but that includes 2% of students who are gifted that are not included in calculations for other states or the national average. And so when we looked at what would the threshold be, we felt that a 15% threshold would eliminate any incentive that you had for putting students in special education and increasing your overall prevalence rates. So anything over 15% would receive a reduced weighting. We also looked at things like districts with really low populations of students and/or low population of students with IEPs. And we know that there's a threshold of expenses that you have to incur, whether you have 5 students or 20 students. And so in order to kind of mitigate that as a concern, any districts with low in counts would receive a 0.5 additional weighting to help look at offsetting the costs that you have just because you have students. So some of our rural communities could have maybe, let's say, 10 students with an IEP, but you still have to have a teacher. You still have to provide maybe speech services or occupational therapy services, and you're not able to be as efficient as you would in a large system. So we also looked at, which Maine has in their model, we also looked at a potential transition weighting for students that exit at any point, and so that you would have a transitional weighting for the next school year. We rejected this as an option for a couple of reasons. One of the reasons is we felt that the exit of students, because they are either aging out or graduating, is very predictable. Districts tend to know the students that are going to graduate or age out. So that exit, the exit of those students, is predicted. The exit of other students is less predictable. However, we know that students exit and enter throughout the school year, and we felt that those two numbers would offset each other. So we rejected the option of a transitional weighting, which is part of the state program. Other considerations that have to be put in place when you're using any kind of student-based model is, how would you count students? So what would that look like? Currently, districts use the September 20th as their count date for the number of students that are enrolled to help them determine what their aid will be from the state. But for special education, there are 2 count dates. The main one is December 1st. And so those are numbers that are currently already in a system that we have. It's called SPED Pro. So we already have those numbers. We already pull those numbers. They're already submitted. So that would be an advantage, is it's a system that we're already familiar with. And then that same system also pulls numbers in June. So how would the count be determined? Would it be based on September 20th when districts do their enrollment? Would it be December 1? Would it be June? Or would it be a combination of all or some of those? Another consideration that would have to be made is currently Part C providers are funded through the teacher reimbursement model. But in a student count model, they would not be accounted for. So we would have to determine how would we account for Part C providers? And would that be through a separate fund, some kind of incorporation into what's already appropriated, or would we maybe possibly provide that through KDHE? And then, as also has been mentioned already this morning, what we currently call catastrophic aid, what you are calling high-cost students, those are also areas that need to be addressed that would not be accounted for in a student count model. Those students their expenses exceed significantly more than any foundation aid, or even with the multiplier, the aid that would be provided. And in that case, we would have to come up with some sort of high-cost model to help support those students that have those level of needs. And then, of course, we would still have to make sure we have maintenance of fiscal support and maintenance of effort, because in any model, and you know this already, any model that there's a change, there's going to be winners and there's going to be losers. And so we would need to make sure that we are accounting for that for districts that potentially would receive less funding, or even if you had a hold harmless, what would that look like for districts? So while there are challenges to a student-based model, just like there are challenges to a reimbursement model, when we looked at all opportunities for student-based counting for special education, we felt that the one that determined reimbursement on, or payment based on whether or not a student had an IEP, was the most simplistic and the most transparent and the most predictable for districts. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about
Okay.
that.
So, Madam Chair, before we start questions, can we talk, I'll just explain the printouts that are there.
Let's do that, and then I'll come to you, Dr. Gibson.
So the two printouts that are there that are Model 1 and Model 2. So Model 1 is with the 2.0 weighting for the first 17%, and then 1.75 weighting above 17%, and a 0.5 weighting if you have less than 20 students. And so this again would be if money was not an object. And you'll notice that the total amount, the $973 million, when you look at this is the next year, not the same year, is very close to what the reimbursement rates were. However, after we said money was not an object, we were said, okay, remember that it is. So Model 2 actually reduces the weightings to 1.55 and 1.25, and it brings the total amount down to $745 million, which is in line with what 92% of excess costs would have been for 24-25. So that's just to kind of show you how those work out. Now, one thing I will point out is that if you look down through the district, how the district impacts, when you lower the weightings, you end up with more districts that receive less funding under the student-based model than they did under the reimbursement model, which is why we talked about maintenance of effort. So moving to a student-based model, especially if all you're doing, if you're spending the same amount of money, we'll rearrange the money and you'll have winners and losers. We've talked about that with all the different formulas. There is particular significance for special education because of maintenance of effort. And so if there is significantly less state aid going to a district, that has to be made up for locally, because it can be a state and local match for maintenance of effort. And you would be putting districts in a place where they would be required to spend even more local funding to meet maintenance of effort without additional state funds. So just something to keep in mind, that moving to a student-based model without significant increase in funding will will treat districts very differently and certainly set up what could be considered an equity issue.
I will go to Dr. Gibson and then Director Rucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also thanks to the work group that considered a lot of different options here. Dr. Harwood did answer one of the questions. I was looking at the 92% and just seeing how that plays into this out of curiosity. But there are two areas you alluded to, and I just want to make sure I get clarity. When looking at couple models that we looked at last time, one being minutes served, right, the amount of minutes in IEP, and the other one being a weighting based on the primary and/or secondary disability. What pitfalls or concerns did the group have related to those models?
So I'll start with the one with the tiers, the minutes. Most of the states that use minutes as a threshold, they put those minutes into tiers. One of the concerns the group had was maybe a non-intentional thought process of, well, if I just bump the students' minutes up just a little bit, it'll put them into a different category, a different tier. And so we want districts, we want IEP teams, because it's an IEP team decision how much time and service a student has on his or her IEP, but we want those to be based on least restrictive environment. And if there's an incentive for more time and service, then that could potentially work, that could be working against each other, whether it was intentional or not intentional. I think that could be a concern. So that was the concern about kind of a model based on service minutes. A similar concern for a model based on exceptionality, because what we discovered when we started trying to pull data was we could have a student who, let's say, is learning disabled, which is the highest prevalence category of all disabilities. And we could have a student who has a learning disability and has 300 minutes of time and service, and we could have a student that has 20 minutes of time and service. So that looks really different. Now, while that's also the case for any student who has an IEP, we felt because there's an average of just a simple IEP count, then it kind of eliminates some complexity that you would have when you're looking at simply a model based on students' exceptionalities.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Director Rucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is probably a Dr. Harwood question. So if you want me to hold and we can finish with April?
Go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Harwood, the percentage breakpoint, I understand the concept that lives behind it. And I think the scenario I'm thinking about is sort of a hypothetical, but not necessarily. With a district that might see a higher rate than that due to, I don't know, our state open enrollment law, for example. What is contemplated in a formula like this for an outlier that has valid reasons for that rate?
So the other thing that was talked about with the percentage threshold is that it goes a little bit in hand with the low enrollment weighting as well. Is that there are infrastructure costs with having a special education department. But going from 17% to 19 or 20%, you don't need another director. The cost, it goes back to an economy of scale. And so in the idea of we don't want anything that looks like there's an incentive for increased identification, the group felt like there needed to be something in there. Just to clarify, the idea is that Kansas's students with disabilities, not including gifted, is 17%. The national average is 15%. So we talked about the 15 and then added the 2 because gifted is included in there. So ours is really closer to 19 or 20% with gifted in there. So some of it is an incentive not to over-identify, or we've tried to take away an incentive that does that. But there's also economies of scale as the system, once you have the system in place, it doesn't cost as much to add 1 or 2 more students.
May I follow up?
You may follow up.
If it were a situation where it was more than that, what is the relief?
So then This model doesn't necessarily take that into account. You could build that into a high cost model. So you could have it based on high costs because of individual students or higher costs because of some other situation. I mean, either one of them could be there, but, you know, based on the averages and looking statewide, we did not see where there was a district that was so much of an outlier that we thought we needed to do that.
Representative Steele and then Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Dr. Harwood, I'm looking at the 100% reimbursement model form. And so is it close enough to be a correct statement that the difference in overall is 4.7 million or 407 million is what the downfall would be?
For the high cost one that has the red on the outside.
Yeah.
So the increase is 400 and so again, this was 23-24.
Right.
And so then the appropriation was 528 million. So yes, this would have, if this would have been in place in 23-24, it would have been an additional 438 million, I think is what that says.
So as you know, overall as a state, tax dollars coming in, what is KSDE doing to actively look at decreasing your budget so we can help cover these costs? What specific things at KSDE could you guys move around, look at, and do to help be able to have more funding for this?
So KSDE's operating budget is $21 million. So we get looked at all the time that we have this budget of $6 billion that comes through the department. That is correct.
I understand that, but if you could help a couple million, and then we could look at other agencies and try and look and move. I'm just really trying to look outside the box to help look at how we can help be meeting this.
Okay. So I guess the first thing I would say is that these funds were spent because this was actual costs from 23-24. It's just who paid the costs. I mean, so the task we were given was a special education formula. We did not look at KSD's budget. I think that, we have not looked at that at this time.
I would love for you guys to take a look at that, because I think in order to help a situation, we all have to look at areas that we can cut in order to help in different agencies. And while helping children with exceptionalities does cost a lot, back to the conversation yesterday, there's all of these cash reserves sitting around, but yet local agencies continue to tax their local taxpayers. And so I'm just looking for assistance and help, and was curious where you were at KSDE.
And so we did the same thing as all state agencies with the 1.5% lapse that was implemented for all state agencies. I will say that $21 million to administer $6 billion in funding, when you look anywhere else, that's a pretty good deal. So, but again, everybody can look at efficiencies, and we will continue to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to resist the temptation to push back on this cash reserve argument from yesterday, and I'm going to specifically ask some about giftedness. I see that you put a 2% accountability or accounting for our Kansas gifted rate, right? But in this committee, several of us have some concerns about giftedness and whether or not it might be underdiagnosed. So if Kansas legislature maybe made some changes to our delivery model, or maybe the Kansas Department of Ed made changes to the giftedness delivery model, or at some point in the future we move to say 3%. Do you know if, like in your mind, should we up that 17 to 18 if it became 3% gifted instead of 2? Is that something that we should keep in mind?
Well, when we were looking at the thresholds for prevalence rates, we didn't actually segregate out the giftedness, so it's not a cap for giftedness and then a cap for students that have disabilities. They were all put together. I think that this is a starting point to discuss what would the cap be for the prevalence rate before there was a reduction in the amount of the weighting. So this was our recommendation simply because it was based on the national average and because of economy of scale. Once you reach a certain number of students or a certain percentage of your population of students, then you can be more efficient with the staff that you already have. So in reality, if you're thinking about a payment that's based on the number of students that have disabilities and or giftedness, to me, that helps support any student regardless of whether they have an IEP because they're gifted or because they have a disability. But I will tag on to that whether or not a student's eligible for gifted services is a team decision. It's based on a lot of factors, such as testing scores and then established need. So it's a two-pronged thing for giftedness, just like it is with a student with a disability. Do they meet the thresholds from a standardized testing perspective? And then also, is there an established need for specially designed instruction? And that would be true even for students who are gifted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, then.
We have another
April,
section.
I wasn't done.
Oh, sorry.
I have a couple of questions for you. I always like to make sure I give everybody a chance before I go. When you mentioned that you guys thought that the transitional weighting, there's in and out and they balance out, when you guys looked at that, did you consider the sizes of districts and whether that was true in from a 1A school to a 5A school?
I'm not sure that we exactly looked at the data in that way, but we had representation of all size schools on our workforce, and so each individual in that group was able to look at their individual data. What I will say is that as a whole, prevalence rates are going up in the state of Kansas, not down. If we were seeing a downward trend in prevalence rates, I think that would be more of a concern of looking at transitional weightings. But since that's not the case in any size school, we felt that the transitional weighting just added complexity to the formula that was unnecessary.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I just wanted to be sure that I was concerned that that could disproportionately hurt a small district because you have tend to have more outward migration than inward migration. So thank you for answering that question. My second question for you is when you cited the example of autism and some kids need a small amount of service and some need higher. Did you guys ever consider like kind of tiering some of those based on the amount of service a child needs?
So that would be a model that's similar to just that tiered approach of time and service, not necessarily tied to exceptionality. And so we kind of rejected that idea just because of that idea that we didn't want there to be an incentive for a student to receive a tiny more amount of service just to get into another tier. I think maybe your question, could you explain that a little bit more, what you're asking as far as how it relates to exceptionalities?
I guess I'm just kind of thinking in my head that, yes, you have a different response to the amount of services that someone with autism might need. There's high and low, and the same thing with just general learning disabilities. And I just wanted to know if you guys tried to break that down and look at that a little bit deeper.
We did, actually. We created kind of a working document that allowed us to see what was the time and service, average time and service for a student who was, let's say, intellectually delayed. What was the average time and service for a student whose primary exceptionality was autism or multiple disabilities? And so we did see that there was a pattern where students who were multiply disabled, intellectually delayed, or students who are, let's say, deaf or blind, tended to have higher service minutes, tended to have more time in service for related services such as speech pathology, occupational therapy or physical therapy, and those services tend to be much more expensive than just classroom services. And so there was a higher cost for most of those four exceptionalities I just mentioned. But even though you can create an average, we felt the same thing happened with just a simple IEP count student model. And so eliminating the complexity of determining who's going to get a bigger payout, a kid who's ID or a kid who's LD, intellectual disability, versus a student who's learning disabled, the benefits didn't prove to be, they didn't expand over the scope of all of those exceptionalities. The average of just having an IEP kind of did the same thing without adding that level of complexity to the formula. I mean, I think we could all say that a student who is multiply disabled on average is going to cost significantly more than a student whose primary exceptionality is speech and language, or a student who's gifted, because they require a lot of different services that are very expensive services to provide. Nursing is very expensive. Occupational therapy is very expensive. Interpreting services are very expensive. They require highly trained staff. They require staff that in some cases have doctorates, and so they're expensive staff to provide for, and those services are expensive to provide. But when we looked at an overall average, it helped balance that out without there being a lot of pressure about what should the exceptionality for a student be, which is an IEP team decision too.
Correct. I'd be interested, Dr. Harwood, in that working document, just if you could provide that to me at a later time.
I don't have that document. I'll have to talk to the co-op directors were using that with their own student data. So we might be able to get a blank version of it, but it wouldn't be able to have the student data in it.
I'll follow up with you later. Thank you. Okay. April, you had more.
We have Corinne Wilkin, who's going to provide a little bit of information about what are some potential adjustments to their current model that could be beneficial.
Okay, thank you. And if you could say your name and title for the record, please.
Yes. Good morning. I'm Corinne Wolken. I'm the Director of Special Education at A&W Interlocal in Humboldt, Kansas. So thank you for having us, and thank you for allowing us to have the opportunity to share information with you guys as we live this every single day. So in addition to what April shared with you, we were also asked to look at what could we do with the current model to simplify it or change it to be more advantageous and easier to understand. So with kind of the given to start with would be, appropriate the 92% of excess costs as called for in the statute. So as you guys probably already know, there's like one pot of money, and then it gets divided up 4 ways right now. And so what we looked at is obviously the total amount of money in there, and then how could that change in how it was divided up. So in looking at that total amount, appropriating 92% of excess costs was the first thing, but then also eliminating the local contribution state aid and including that into that categorical aid amount. So the local contribution aid has been separate from that for the past 2 years. So if we add that to that pot of money, then we can look at it as a whole of how to divide that up. We also discussed eliminating Medicaid replacement as one of the 4 areas that money is divided up to. That's $9 million allocated every year. And so take that out, just take that as one of the 4 parts out and add that into that total pot to be used for transportation and teacher reimbursement. Another thing that is really problematic for interlocals is cash flow, because when we look at the teacher reimbursement, we have to input our current year teachers, and then we don't receive any payment until October. So our last payments, as you saw yesterday in the list of when payments are made, come in June, and then we don't receive any other funding until October. And so we still have to pay teachers throughout those months. So if we didn't have to wait until October, it would help with some cash flow issues. So something that we discussed doing was using last year's numbers, using the previous year's numbers in those initial payments. So those initial payments, that initial payment can be made before October, and then make the adjustments for your current year's numbers later on. We currently already make adjustments because what we put in our first two payments is what we expect the FTE of our staff to be. So an example, just so you can fully understand that, I might hire a support staff. We call our paras support staff at A&W, but we might hire a support staff at the beginning of the year, and we think they're going to be there all year, and we put them in as a 1.0 FTE, and then they leave in December. And so in March, when we get our payment, we only get, let's say, a 0.5 FTE based off of how many hours they work. So in our first two payments, we get what we think we're going to claim on those people. In our last payments, it's already adjusted to what they actually are getting for an FTE. So if we kind of shifted that and said, in the beginning, let's use last year's numbers, so it's more stable. We already know what it's going to be. We know what to expect, and then we can adjust it out in those later payments. It would be similar to what we do now, but we would have the ability to receive that payment before October. Lastly, we talked about establishing a minimum special teacher reimbursement rate and make the transportation part based on available funds. So right now, the way that it happens is in that the 4 parts, the catastrophic aid comes out, the transportation aid comes out, the Medicaid replacement comes out. Then what's left over is divided up proportionately amongst your special teacher reimbursement. What we discussed was kind of flipping that and saying, okay, let's set an amount for special teacher reimbursement so that we can budget that for the year, and we know at the beginning of the year what that's going to be. And then that part comes out first. Then at the end, we prorate the transportation reimbursement based off of what's left. So with the teacher reimbursement right now, we get an estimate at the beginning of the year. So we build our budget off what we think it's going to be. So this year we think it's going to be $29,400. But then on June 1st, at the end of the year, 30 days before we close out our fiscal year, we find out what the actual amount is. So if we set an amount at the beginning, that would eliminate that whole year of, are we going to go up, are we going to go down? And then we would be able to budget more efficiently in knowing what our special teacher cost would be. So kind of in a nutshell, we would take the 4 parts, reduce it to 2 parts. That catastrophic would be a new formula, new title, and flip-flop that to where the teacher reimbursement came out first and was the set amount, and the transportation was prorated based off of the proportionate share.
Okay, thank you. I think we're at a good pause point, and do we have questions? Director Rucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is actually a question staff could clarify. The reference to the local contribution state aid, that is the special formula for distributing the increase in the appropriated amount. Thank you.
Could we get a verbal response, since somebody might be listening and not see what we're saying?
Yes, I believe that's correct. That's the portion above that $528 million that the state board was tasked with coming up with the formula for.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Sorry to nitpick, but I know there's some people who listen and can't see, so thank you so much. Any other questions or comments? Representative Getz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These might be better for Director Hilliard or whoever wants to answer them, but the average cost for special ed student that you guys came up with, what was that? What was that dollar amount? I may have missed it, so I was just wondering if there was that average dollar amount that got us to the weighting.
We all use our own student data, and so April's data looked a little bit different than mine, so it's, we don't have state data to use, so.
It was around.
April, could you please go talk into the mic again for people who are listening? Go ahead and get closer. You guys can
Sorry.
tag team. Thank you.
It was around $12,000. I mean, give or take a little bit, but then we had to take out the amount that we receive from federal funds, so federal dollars and Medicaid, and then it ended up being around $10,000 for a student minus the aid that's already received from other revenue sources.
Okay, appreciate that. And then a follow-up, the percentage I think there's several people talking about the learning disability was the highest percentage inside of special education. What is that percentage of the total students, percentage of learning disability being the category?
I wouldn't know the exact percentage. I just know that statewide and even in my organization, the students with learning disabilities are the highest number of students served. Mr. Moore would probably have that information.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. Learning disabilities makes up 30%.
And I guess that goes down the track of just kind of what I was trying to think about of, great work on, finding an average, finding a number, having kind of some different tiers of options. But I wonder if we would, thinking around prevention is a difficult thing. And it's a different way to think than kind of the reactionary, which there's circumstances where we have to be reactionary. But the prevention side of the learning disability, would anybody be able to speak kind of what those are already built into the system, or how we could also fund some of prevention around the learning disability, whatever those are, if that's our highest category, if we could keep kids away from that as much as possible, students away from that as much as possible, being the biggest category, could help get us to a number that is sustainable for the state, sustainable for education and funding special education. Is there any thoughts around reducing that largest amount?
Well, it's early prevention. I mean, that's the answer, is early intervention. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a lot of ways that districts can do that. If we're funding special education in a way that allows districts to use their general fund however they see fit, what I believe districts will do, and we have superintendents in the room that could say yay or nay to this, is they would use those dollars to provide tiered intervention for students at all levels. They would provide MTSS structures, intervention strategies for students as early as 3, which we already do, but then really provide robust programming for those students so that their needs can be met through the general education environment and not have a need for specially designed instruction, which automatically comes with an increased price tag.
I appreciate that response. I mean, I think it's the will of everybody on this committee and everybody listening and everybody in the audience to, in a sense, any kid that we don't have to deal with that learning disability as a learning disability, but prevent it. I just wanted to bring that up because I think it's something that maybe doesn't get talked about as much as it should, of finding ways of preventing the ones that are preventable. And most of you know, I have a son that Down syndrome is not preventable. So I care about all of these. And anyway, I appreciate your response and just had some questions around that. I'll try and follow up with some of the other things that are happening and how we can continue to improve those. Thank you.
Board Member Porter.
Thank you. I want to follow up and thank you for that question. Representative Getz. Those of us that worked on the dyslexia task force were very concerned with finding early prevention for the purpose of making sure that, because dyslexia, like everything else, is a spectrum, and not every person with dyslexia needs special education services. And by providing early interventions, instead of the waiting to fail model, we hope that we will be able to prevent some of that. Of course, it's early in the process, but I fully understand what you're saying. That's been our goal, and we hope it's successful. But anything we can do. I have one other thing to say, Madam Chair. I think I need, and I apologize because it's a little irrelevant, but the budget of the department came up, and I think that we need some understanding. So I'm going to ask Frank a couple of questions. The $21 million, we already have to cut that 1.5%.
Correct.
I understand that the Department of Education has to pay rent for their facilities.
That is correct.
I understand that's gone up significantly.
And plan to go up, yes.
I understand that the Department of Education has to pay an allocation for the maintenance of this building.
It's called the Monumental Services Fund, but yes.
I understand that the State Department of Education has to pay a fund for the support of Cedar Crest.
It's the same fund, but that is correct.
I understand that in the last legislative session, there were bills passed that required the Department of Education to provide additional services under their existing budget with no additional cost, with no additional funding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you give me an idea of how much that was?
So the total would be about $850,000.
Total of all of those?
So the one was $500,000, and the other one was 320 something. There were other ones that were on there that got vetoed.
Plus the 315,000 for the one.
Yeah, that does not include the lapse that was required.
Okay,
It was
I
only
just-
for the funds that were from existing resources.
Since it came up, I just wanted to make sure that information was also available. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Petty has a question.
I just wanted to follow up. I really appreciate Representative Getz bringing up how we can address this earlier. And, we have seen a slight increase in what we're paying for early childhood, but a larger investment in early childhood education so that more 3 and 4-year-olds across the state have that opportunity is a vital way to address learning disabilities or any other potential eye, hearing, speech that only become more expensive as the child gets older. So that's a great way we can reduce those other funds later on.
Thank you, Senator Petty. Director Rucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Representative Getz and Senator Petty raising the question of early screening, early prevention, early intervention. This committee received materials provided by KLRD. The Opportunity Project is a Wichita-based early childhood program that has engaged in a proper peer-reviewed, evidence-based longitudinal study in partnership with 2 Sedgwick County school districts, Wichita and I forget the second one, but their enrolled students move on to those districts. The study has gone on long enough to track a group of children who started at top as, in the birth to 5 space and have graduated high school. What the study has demonstrated is a demonstrable reduction in cost because of exactly the early identification of treatable issues that reduces the amount of special education services needed ongoing later on. It's an ability to meet the needs and address them early to close the gap so those kids have the opportunity to start on track and stay there. And the benefits transcend just special education services. The cohort of students that attended TOP had better attendance rates, better graduation rates, better student assessments. Like it is demonstrable across the metrics that we talk about routinely that exposure to a high quality early childhood care and education setting with the commensurate screenings and referrals and interventions provided early creates both better outcomes and reduce costs long term. So I think we have flirted in this committee. We have touched on, I guess would be a better term, the idea of preschool in Kansas, whether it is or is not in the scope of work this committee is charged with undertaking. I think we've veered from that lane a number of times for other reasons anyway. And I think as an investment in our children and a means of improving outcomes and making sure we're leveraging the funding that's available to the maximum effect, it would behoove us as a task force to address preschool in Kansas in our ultimate recommendations. So thank you very much for opening the door to that topic.
April and Corrine, if you could both come up, I have a question for each of you. Somebody asked you guys a data question, and one of you stated that when it was there was a broad difference between your districts on that question. Could you just, maybe not with the word broad, but there was a difference. Could you describe some of the differences that you observed on how your districts are different from each other? And could you please remind me what size districts you deal with?
So in Butler County, we serve 9 different districts. Our largest district is Andover, and our smallest district is Flint Hills. I mean, we're talking about thousands of student difference. So several of my districts would be considered very small, rural 1A districts. And then we have larger districts and mid-sized districts. So we really have kind of an eclectic situation in Butler County. I think there are, just from a district perspective, there are challenges with enrollment for each of those districts. Some districts are increasing their enrollment, some have decreased enrollment. Just the clientele, the socioeconomic status of students, the supports available within the district based on their overall budget. From an interlocal perspective, though, we are able to be as efficient because we can share our resources among all 9 districts, which is a very large advantage for especially smaller districts that might not have the resources available or could encounter a student with significant needs that would be detrimental to their budget because their budgets are so small. So the shared resources of an interlocal or co-op are advantageous for our districts that are smaller and not able to be as efficient if they were standalone.
Thank you. And Corrine, would you answer the same question, please?
Yes, we serve 8 school districts in our area across 5 different counties. They also range in size. Chanute is our largest district, and Altoona Midway is our smallest district. So there's quite a variance in size in those. Overall, we serve the total population of those districts is about 5,500 students, and we have about approximately 1,100 students that we serve in special education out of that 5,500. So I can mirror a lot of the things that April says, with the high-cost students in some of those smaller districts. There's no way that they could survive that. And so having the shared resources is vital in being able to provide the services that those kids need. When we looked at the data, we do we use the same, April's really good at spreadsheets, and so she made a template and we all put our data in, not all of us, but like there were 3 of us that put our data in. And the average cost didn't change. Like April's budget is a lot more than my budget because she's a lot bigger. She has a lot more staff. But when you look at the average cost, there wasn't a significant difference between the average cost of a student with multiple disabilities versus in Butler County versus at A&W. And so when we looked at that 2.0 weighting, that was very consistent with the average cost amongst all of our agencies that inputted that data and looked, even though we vary in size greatly. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. And you guys got asked, what was the average amount of students who were learning disabilities? And you guys said your districts or were different. What is that rate for yours, and Corinne, and what is that rate for yours, April?
I think that Bert said the state average was around 30%. I don't know what, I would have to look. I could get that information for you to see what it is for Butler County.
Okay, thank you.
And I could do the same. I don't have, I didn't bring a laptop in here today, so I could pull it up, but I think it's probably in the data that we compiled, so
Okay.
we could get that data.
I would appreciate that, because part of my concern when we look forward to is getting the right money in the right place. And sometimes there are discrepancies, and I want to be mindful of that. I have Representative Getz and then Representative Steele in the queue.
Mine is just a little bit of a follow-up, might lead to a question on the whole idea of, those smaller districts really benefiting from maybe being in partnership with a larger district. And I think I'm personally in a situation where the opposite is actually true in a way, because the larger district is actually kind of floating the smaller districts in ways that ill affects the larger one, and who is maybe serving more kids, and mine being one of them. I don't know, have you guys ran into that in your cooperatives, to where it seems like yes, the smaller districts are benefiting from the cooperative, but the larger is not?
I can speak to that in mine. So one thing that I've done, I try to do it annually, is to look at the percent of services that we provide to each district compared to the percent of the assessments that they pay. So if I look at my bigger district, I know they pay 32% of the assessments. What percent of our services do they receive? And those numbers match up almost perfectly every single year. So yes, the smaller districts, they pay a smaller portion in, but they're receiving lesser services because of lesser numbers. And so those percentages match up really close. I try to check it every year just to see if we have any discrepancies that would maybe need to be addressed, but those numbers are really consistent in our local.
Yeah, I guess it just makes it to where that larger district, who might be 60-70% of the population served, really gets down to one vote on a board, and those other assessment fees from the smaller districts, well, we don't want to raise them, and they have the votes to not. And it makes for a situation where the one who is really bringing in enough for the whole system to function well is actually at a detriment. And I just think that some of those things also need to be looked at. We want to protect the small, protect the large from kind of that inequality in the system. So I appreciate your response.
Okay, several people want to add on to that conversation. One is Dr. Newswander and one is Dr. Harwood, and then I'll come back to Representative Steele. Dr. Newswander?
Thank you, and I apologize for being late. Life happens, but to respond to Representative Getz as an example, so we are in an interlocal with 8 school districts. Our director is here today, and we are the largest of the 8. But we also we have the largest population, we have the largest percentage, we have the largest, all of that. So I think it really comes down to, each one of the 8 has a board member on there, so yes, we have 1 vote. But I think it just comes down to the relationship, the expectations, the realizations. I was also, my first superintendent job, I was the smallest district, and the largest district had about 80%. And the respect for that was they allowed us to be able to be a part of something bigger that we could not do on our own. And it's, so I think it all comes down to the relationship that the board members, the expectations, the leadership from the director. And in both situations, it worked very well. So, but I do understand you're in a totally different chair when you're the board member or superintendent from the largest or the smallest. There's got to be that respect that we were put together for a reason, and just the supports that have to be different between those.
You may.
I appreciate that, and relationships are a little bit fickle sometimes. To leave things up to relationships is sometimes good and sometimes very dangerous in a flux environment where new leadership moves in, that rapport isn't there. And anyway, I appreciate the response. I think it's absolutely spot on. But also at the same time, even with my rebuttal of this, there's still a danger zone there of it just relying on relational dynamics and not some set procedures that make things go the way they're supposed to, rather than hoping the relationships can move it in that direction.
Thank you. Dr. Harwood.
So just a little bit of context statewide. So there have been times, actually in the recent past, where districts have decided to change cooperatives or interlocals. There's one going on now where when a district gets large enough, they may see that they have they're better off on their own, because we have larger districts that do that. This is all managed by state law, and then has to go through an approval by the State Board of Education. And so what the State Board of Education looks at in those situations is, can whatever the resulting entities are provide the special education services that they need to be able to provide? So there's a lot that goes into that. As has been talked about, these are all managed by interlocal or cooperative agreements between the districts. That falls within a state law that's governed by the State Board of Education. One of the things that if the state moves to a student-based model, all of those agreements will have to change. Because currently, a lot of the funding decisions are made based on flow-through. And flow-through is the dollars that get deposited into the general fund of the school district that go immediately to the co-op or interlocal, because the co-op or interlocal employed the individual that was the source of the funding. If it's a student-based model, there is no more flow-through, which means all of those agreements will have to be changed just in the way the money would flow. It doesn't mean there's different amounts of money going into the interlocal or cooperative. It's just going in a different direction. So just something I wanted to bring up is that interlocals and cooperatives, depending on what happens with the funding formula, may have to make significant changes to their agreements.
Thank you. And I also appreciate the acknowledgement that they can continue to function. It's just changing your math. So thank you. Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I want to kind of circle back to the prevention discussion that we had with the letters training. Are we seeing a decrease in the younger kids, like because they've got good science of reading, that we're not having an increase in the need for IEPs?
Representative Steele, are you directing that to April and Corinne or
Yes,
Dr.
yes,
Harwood? Okay,
yes.
thank you, ladies. Go ahead.
So we've been implementing letters much longer than just the past couple of years. So we started, we actually used our ESSER funds to train a bunch of our staff in letters. And so I still think it is early to be looking at that data. It's only been a couple of years. We're still, every year we have a cohort group going through. We actually have 5 letters trainers on staff that work with our staff to teach them that content, but it's still pretty early on for us to look at longitudinal data and say that this has made a difference. I do think that our students are getting better instruction and they're seeing more gains based off of what we see in the individual IEP progress reports. But as far as that longitudinal data, I don't think we have had the time to really see the full impact of that. You can speak to yours.
We also had staff trained in letters before it was a state initiative, and I would agree that the longitudinal data would be difficult to segregate out, because in addition to having better instruction, we also have better ability to identify early. And so when we're looking at universal screeners and those sorts of things, along with the better instruction at a younger level, you're kind of seeing both of those things. They're getting better instruction in our least restrictive environment, but we're also identifying students earlier and able to provide earlier intervention. And so I think that would be really hard to determine. Are we seeing fewer students identified? Maybe. But are their outcomes better? I would say yes.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. April, did you guys have more?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you for being here. You guys clearly put in a lot of work, and we welcome you and appreciate you being here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we are ready to move down on our agenda to the presentation on bilingual newcomer definitions in other states. And Nicole Fielder is going, Elena is going to present now. Elena, thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the task force. Sorry for the confusion there. I'm going to briefly discuss this memo on KLRD letterhead about newcomer student definitions in other states. I would like to preface this and say that not all 50 states have been looked at yet for if they have a definition of newcomer student or a related definition. These are just the ones that we have found so far, and they were the easiest ones to find. So we can provide more information later when we have more time to gather the rest of these. So some states do define the term newcomer student or like newcomer pupil or just newcomer. Other states may use a related term like recently arrived English learner. And the timeframes for newcomer students vary from as short as 180 school days to 12 months and then up to 3 years. So Alaska is one of the states that uses the term recently arrived English learner. And in an administrative regulation, the term is defined as a student who is identified as an English learner under state law and has been enrolled in a school in one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia for less than 12 months. California defines both newcomer and recently arrived English learner. Under California law, newcomer pupil is given the same meaning as immigrant children and youth within federal law, and immigrant children and youth defined in the United States Code are students who are aged 3 through 21, were not born in any state, and have not been attending one or more schools in any state for more than 3 full academic years. And then they also define recently arrived English learner in both code and administrative regulation. In statute, the term means a pupil designated as an English learner who is in their first 12 months of attending a school in the U.S. And then the administrative code or the administrative regulation adds that it is determined on, after April 15th of the previous school year. On the next page, New Jersey and New York both use the term newcomer. In New Jersey, newcomer means any student born outside of the United States who has recently arrived in the United States, and it's more of an umbrella term in New Jersey, so that can include multilingual learners or students with interrupted formal educations. And then in New York, newcomer English language learners are students who are identified as English language learners and receive English as a new language instruction as a component of their bilingual education or English as a new language program, and that can be for 0 to 3 school years. Ohio uses the term Category 1 English learner, and those are students identified as English learners through the state standardized identification process and have been enrolled in the in a U.S. school for 180 school days or less. There are 2 other categories of English learners in Ohio. The second category ranges from 180 days until the student scores as proficient on the Spring English Language Proficiency Assessment, and then the third category is for the following 2 school years after the proficient score has been obtained. In Oregon, the term student recently arrived means a student not born in the U.S. and who has not been attending a school in any state for more than 3 academic years. Rhode Island uses the term newcomer, and their definition is very similar to all of the other states. Multilanguage learner who has been in the U.S. for less than 3 years. And then multilingual learner in Rhode Island has the same definition as English learner under federal law. Tennessee uses the term recently arrived English learner, and this definition is found in the state's Every Student Succeeds Act plan. And in Tennessee, it includes English learners who arrived in the U.S. within the last 12 months, are within their first year of English as a second language, and within their first year as English as a second language services. And these students can include refugees, students with limited or interrupted formal education, and immigrants who have recently moved to the U.S., and then any other students who are new to the program. And then the last page, the last state is Utah. And in Utah state law, newcomer student is defined as a student who is 3 to 21, not born in any state, and has not attended a school in any state for more than 3 academic years. And I believe that's the same definition California uses, and it's the same definition, again, as immigrant children and youth under federal law.
Okay, thank
Happy
you.
to answer questions.
Thank you very, very much. Do we have questions? Director Rucker and then Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this. I understand in our formula, we have 1 weighting. Can you refresh whether Kansas differentiates in terms of identifying the qualifying students between a newcomer and others?
Madam Vice Chair, Director Ricker, I'm looking to my colleagues for assistance, yes.
So the current formula does not differentiate. But it does have 2 separate ways to count. One is a head count, and then one is by time. And so the assumption would be is that a newcomer would have more time and then may receive more funding because of that. But if you go to a solely student-based weighting, that's where identifying newcomers at some point which require more services as a different weight than somebody who has been here longer. So I would say that although our current formula does not designate newcomers, because we do allow for time and service, at this point we could be providing funding in a similar, for similar amounts.
Thank you. And I think it would also be fair to say internally, I think most school districts look at your first year newcomers differently than those who are not, and we certainly treat them differently in terms of standardized tests. So I'm going to go to Representative McDonald, and then Senator Petty is online.
Thank you. I really, really appreciate the work you've done here. I know this is a drum I've been banging for a few months now, and one of the reasons I wanted this clarity is because we have talked some about moving to a tiered system, and I always want to remind people, you know, newcomers vary, and I'm encouraged to see that some states consider up to 3 years. I think that's something we might want to look at. And the other thing that stood out to me is how New Jersey mentions the interrupted formal educations. With the number of refugees we have globally, I think that is something to keep in mind as well. Their early learning experiences in their native language could be really interrupted or non-existent. One thing I would like to ask Dr. Harwood and others in the Department of Ed is, I would really like to have the opinion, similar to what you did with special ed today, the opinion of your ELL department and what model they think would best suit Kansas if we were to look at this and make changes. So that might be future programming, but very much appreciate this work and the willingness to delve in.
Senator Petty?
Thank you. And mine really follows up on what Representative McDonald just asked, but I just needed clarification. I'm not quite certain. I noticed that in the presentations, a number of states referred to the amount of time that students may have been in school, whether in that state or in other states. And so I'm just, also up to 3 years, which I don't think that, I just wanted to a reminder of whether we go that far. I don't think we do. And do we, in our definition for newcomers, do we have anything about whether they've been in school in other states or not?
Dr. Harwood, are you aware of?
So because we don't use newcomer in our funding formula, we follow the federal definition of newcomer because we have to report based on that. And I'd have to look and see what that definition is. So we report data on newcomers for federal reasons, so we would use, that's the only definition we use. So I'd have to look at it.
Thank you. Okay.
Senator Petty, could you repeat what your last question was for me?
Oh, the last part of it was, I don't, and I think Dr. Harwood clarified this earlier, but how long is the possibility that we could track a student that's in a bilingual program? I notice that in some states, or in the presentation, it's up to 3 years, depending on their performance, but I don't think that's the case in Kansas.
I'm
So,
Dr. Harwood, do you have an answer to that?
So we would continue to provide services until they score proficient on the KELPA, which
okay,
there's a time limit for that. And so, I mean, the goal would be is that as they've been in the school longer, they would need fewer services until they receive that or achieve that proficient score on the KELPA.
So it's based on the proficient score on the KELPA.
So that would begin the exiting process when they first score proficient on the KELPA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Petty, did you have any other questions?
No, I appreciate it, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions on this topic? Okay, we're awfully quiet today because we're almost an hour ahead. Our next item is lunch break. And so I'm gonna go ahead and break us for lunch to be back in an hour and a half. Then we'll get into our discussion and then we'll adjourn. And I think over the last 2 days, we've talked about a lot of different things, and I don't want to just jump right into discussion without giving you guys time to frame your thoughts. So, but Representative Getz.
Madam Chair, could I have a noon meeting? Could we at least just set like coming back at 12:30? Would that be okay?
is that any objection? Okay, we'll come back at 12:30. Thank you,
I
everybody.
appreciate it.
thought they might be able to join us. Thank you. We had a few people who thought they might be able to join us by lunch, but I think that Senator Erickson and Petty are online, so we'll go ahead and get started. I had somebody ask me if we were going to make recommendations today, so I just wanted to address that. Statute only requires us to submit a report, which KLRD will do. We also have the outstanding issue of whether or not we will have October, and I don't have an answer for you on that front yet either. And as soon as we know, we will let you guys know. So with that said, we'll move, Director Rooker.
Madam Chair, I think then, in light of that, my question is really, what is it that you as legislators need to carry out of this committee process that we've engaged in this calendar year to help you when the session begins?
I think the conversations that we have and will continue to have are what we need to give us some thoughts on where we move forward, and I envision us as a group continuing to meet into next session, because I think the work that we're doing, and I've had this conversation with quite a few folks, is that this is such a process. It's like putting together, I wouldn't even say a 1,000 piece puzzle, but more like a 20,000 piece puzzle, and every single thing that we change makes a difference. And I think, to our credit, collectively, we've done a good job of breaking down the different parts and saying, if we do this, what happens? If we do that, what happens? And I think in order to continue to be very intentional and very careful about our work, it's important we continue in that spirit. So, Board Member Porter.
Thank you. This relates to if we do have an October meeting, I'm not available till the middle of the month, which is insignificant, I think. But also Dr. Harwood is not available, which I think is significant for this group.
Okay, thank you, because we will keep that in mind, and if anybody else on the committee has scheduling issues they'd like us to think about, please let us know. Dr. Harwood.
So I just want to bring up something about, this is even past the 2027 session, but just kind of setting up an expectation is that if the formula is decided on in April or May of 2027, logistically, it cannot be implemented for the 27-28 school year. So an example would be that with special education, if you move to a student-based formula, all those co-op and interlocal agreements are legal agreements that would have to be renegotiated. And so I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's much more important that the legislature takes the time to get the formula that they want. But just keep in mind that it may be that in the 27 legislative session, you agree to something that says, but we're going to keep doing this other one for one more year and implement the year after that. Again, that's not a, I think that would be a wise decision from the legislature. It's just that this is not something that you can completely change the way we distribute the funds and actually logistically do that, let alone have districts plan to react to that as well. So I just want to make sure we had that kind of that expectation out there. If it gets decided on in the 26th session, that's one thing, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be a direction. And again, it's not even required until the 27th session.
Thank you. I appreciate your fine attention to detail. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along those lines, I think the greater the changes we make, the longer the ramp should be to ease into it, because we need predictability and stability, but it's a lot of money we're talking about, so we want to make sure and be deliberate about it and not rush.
Thank you. So I think we've naturally flowed into the last item on our agenda, which is discussion. So we've heard a lot of information over the last 2 days, and I'm going to open up discussion. What are you guys thinking? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's a couple things I wanted to bring up. One is based on discussion today about pre-K. And we know Deputy Director Rooker is avidly promoting pre-K. I would say an out-of-the-box way to deal with that, and I would love for the legislature to do that with the formula, would be basically a tax credit for pre-K for all students. They could use that base aid for a school of their choice, or they could direct that money to the public school system. So they could have a specialized pre-K experience, or they could have a Christian or other religious pre-K experience. But I think that some kind of refundable tax credit that would allow all students in Kansas to choose where they want their pre-K experience would be amazing, and I would support that. That was just one comment I wanted to make. Another comment I'd like to make, and just two, so I'm done after this one. When we look at whatever formula we determined is our best option, one thing I think that is of utmost importance and is of priority importance is tying that, whatever formula, to outcomes. We have not done that in the past, and it's imperative that we do so, which leads me to what I alluded to yesterday, which is a very big issue, a very unresolved issue, an issue that's been ongoing discussions for years in the legislature, and that is the state assessment. And without going into all the details on that, we passed in legislation just a few years ago that based on what the Kansas Department of Education submitted to the federal government, that there was a goal that all students would be proficient, which was level 3 and 4 as assigned by the State Board of Education by the year 2030. So with that and understanding that, the legislature was very explicit in their discussions. We were very explicit with leadership. There was absolute knowledge that the test was not to be changed because the legislature wanted to see longitudinal data. And then abruptly, just recently, standards were changed, the test was changed, and so we want to get to the bottom of that because it would be my preference, just singularly, that the legislature make consideration not to fund that test, not to use that test, but we're going to have something unbiased, impartial in order to attach to our funding mechanism. So I will be seeking a thorough review of this item of the test because there were supposed to be no substantial revisions based on the standards, and there were. And in fact, the real disappointment, Madam Chair, is that we passed this in 2023, and I don't believe it was ever shared with the state board in a public meeting. So whether it's to the letter of exactly what was followed, I do not believe that it was ever shared with those board members because many of us watched those board meetings. And if I'm wrong in saying that it was publicly shared, the statute that we changed relating to this, then I would love to be corrected. But this is of concern to many, many legislators, and I think it very much impacts the work that we are doing. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody? Dr. Harwood?
So I can confirm that this was the bill that you're talking about, Senate Bill, or House Sub for Senate Bill 387, was discussed with the state board before and after it was passed. And I stood at conference committee and told the conference committee that the test was changing before the bill was passed. The bill specifically talks to change in the standards that were in fact on July 1 of 2024. The standards have not been changed. The test was changed. The contract to change that test was passed by the state board in 2019. So that was discussed with the state board for 5 years before it was implemented there are at least 3 times during testimony that members of KSD told the legislature that this test was being changed on that date.
Representative Williams.
And this will be my last comment because I know this is not supposed to be a discussion, but I would like for you to submit exactly when you spoke those things, because Ben Proctor, the deputy commissioner, did share with our committee, K-12, which is on record, on video, that we should not be changing the test. And every conversation we had, you were new at that time, was, well, we're not sure if they're just a little bit of an adaptation. We're just really not sure. We never got that full disclosure. So to, again, to show and to validate your position, please tell us at what point in the KSCE or the Kansas State Board of Education meetings that this was revealed in public, because I'd like to go review, because I did not hear it and maybe I just missed. And number 2, please tell us at what juncture that this was actually said, because that is not the way any of us recall it. It's actually the opposite. So we can talk offline about that, but I think there is very high concern, and regardless of the exact wording of how we put it in legislation, the intent was clear. We did not want the test to be changed. The legislative intent was clear, and now we're going to have to go backwards and fix what we feel was a complete violation of that. And to add to that, you cannot bind future legislators or boards from 2019 a vote and bind them for 6 years. If you have a contract, then it should be reviewed openly, and that has not been done either. Thank you.
You need further discussion on that item.
So everything I said is there's video documentation of everything I just said. So be happy to try to come up with those, the times. Several of those are in legislative record as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's get into discussing what we heard in the last 2 days, thoughts and that we all have. Dr. Harwood.
So I'd start with if there's feedback about the special education presentation, because what we talked about last month was that this month, if we could, have some of the same conversation around the other weightings that we had around special education, where we said, hey, this is something we would like to see. Then in looking at, again, because we spent a lot of time, and I think I think well spent time, and really digging deep into all of the different weightings, all of the ways they impact things. I think our next step is, what are the things that we liked? What are the things we didn't like? And so you can kind of start digging into some of those, especially because the models that kind of interact, or the weightings that will interact when you make changes, what we haven't looked at yet is a model that incorporates several changes in different weightings. And so if we had some of those, I think it's unreasonable to ask staff to, just keep coming up with, we need to kind of narrow things down a little bit, say, hey, we kind of like this thing, we kind of like this thing, and then I think we can start looking at some of those models in conjunction.
I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up on some kind of a hybrid, but that's a decision yet to be made. And this is your opportunity to give some of those. I have Senator Petty on WebEx, and then I have Representative McDonald. Senator Petty, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And when it comes to special ed, I want to thank that the directors across the state got together, and I really think that this proves it's a great opportunity to use those expertise, because we at the legislative level are not professionals in this field. We don't know all the ins and outs of and the different specialties that special ed directors have to deal with. So I appreciate them coming forward and with a plan. I think they did a good job of focusing, if we're going to go with the student based model, of focusing on Maine. So staff has done a lot of work, and so I would agree with Dr. Harwood. I think that that certainly proves an opportunity to focus and then to use that to look at specifically Kansas with that kind of model and those parameters for us. The other thing is that concerning the issue of the test, I mean, um, we it's not unusual that our test has been reviewed on a in my time in the legislature, this was not the first time. So I don't find that out of the ordinary. But since we've heard that testimony was made in committee, we have our staff right here, shouldn't have to fall back on the Board of Education. We have our own staff that can provide that testimony from those committee hearings, from those dates. So I don't think we have to take it out of house for that to happen. So the last thing I want to mention is about the bilingual. I think Representative McDonald made the suggestion about having potentially having those that work in that area across the state for them to come together and make some recommendations. Again, it appeared that there's kind of a consistent pattern across the country when it comes to bilingual of not of not discounting if they've been someplace else in the country and not using that as as a reason not to be involved in bilingual education in Kansas, and also looking at using a point of success before, and not that being, in our case, we use a test, and that not just being a particular year. So I just wanted to share those things since those are the things we talked about today.
I'm sorry about that. Dr. Harwood, there's nothing in Kansas policy that impacts a student from being bilingual based on where they've been, if they've been in other states, correct?
No, I mean, there's, when a student enrolls, there are a series of questions you get asked during enrollment, and some of those questions trigger then an assessment of language. And then if that's the case, the only thing that I think the federal definition, and I think even most of the other state definitions defined, is newcomers, the clock starts when they enter the country. And so even on some of those other ones, that if you were in another state for 2 years, that would count towards the 3 years they were counting for as still as a newcomer. But nothing, if they need the services, nothing would necessarily preclude just because you move from one state to another.
So they would still show up in the waiting?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the question is that if you go to a tiered weighting based on how long how you define newcomer, I think some of those change, but.
Thank you. And the CELPA can tell you whether someone's level is in kind of a newcomer range versus an intermediate range?
So I would say the CELPA doesn't look at, the CELPA looks at your skills. And so you could have a newcomer that has a lot more English experience that would, you could be a newcomer to the country and test out of the CELPA the first time. And so it would help you understand what level of service you needed. It wouldn't necessarily because of how long you've been in the United States.
Thank you. Any other, I'm sorry, Representative McDonald, I forgot to come back to you.
That's
Go
okay,
ahead.
Madam Chair. I wanted to give a shout out to the people who have sat in these hard chairs in the audience. It's really nice to see so many people engaged in informing themselves and then I hope spreading the word when they go back home. I had a follow-up question for Dr. Harwood from this morning. You may have said this, I had not had all of my coffee when you started, but the makeup of your committee that gave us this good work for special ed, was that just like co-ops or were bigger districts included?
So there were, I mean, most of them were co-ops and interlocals because that's what most of our students attend. There were large districts as well that were standalones. And then there were two CFOs, chief financial officers, because sometimes that makes a difference, both for co-ops. I think actually they were both for co-ops, and there was one superintendent because he hosted. I mean, I will say, follow up on that is that, you know, one of the things I brought up is that when they, the co-op directors suggested making transportation the variable and the teacher weighting. Well, that's because co-ops and our locals don't pay transportation as often. And so the districts that pay the transportation may look at that separate differently. So I think that's another part of the conversation. And then there are districts that will receive more funding with Medicaid reimbursement included than if you take the money and put it into teacher reimbursement. So again, there's nothing we can do that is universally everybody's gonna say, this is the best idea, or at least this is financially the best for us. But it was a cross-section, and we made sure that that was the case, of large districts, larger co-ops and interlocals, and then smaller numbers. And so, because some of our co-ops and interlocals may serve several districts, but not a lot of students. So we tried to make sure it was as eclectic a group as we could.
Thank you. If I could just have one quick follow-up. One thing that we have done well is having all these presentations and really gotten into the deep weeds. But one thing we haven't done, and I'm not sure how leadership wants to go about this, I would love a chance for, let's say, special ed, people across the state who are different stakeholders to be able to submit testimony, even if it's just written testimony on any given subject, so that we could get it's important to me that everybody feels heard, and that we get broad perspectives. So if there's a vehicle to do that in the next year and a half or so, I'd be interested in instituting something like that, or opportunities. Thank you.
You're welcome. Senator Erickson?
Thank you. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My apologies for not being there today, and thanks to Vice Chair Estes for running the meetings. So a couple of thoughts. One of the reasons, to Representative McDonald's point, one of the reasons we have the folks at the table that we do is to represent those different voices from across the state with the scope of work we have to do. I hope that everyone knows they can reach out to anyone on the task force and share that. That's one reason we were very considerate in the makeup of the task force. So we have someone from all of those different areas representing. But going back to discussion for from the last couple of days, the CTE piece is a big piece to me in that we all support CTE. I think it's a wonderful program. I think it does a lot of good for a lot of students. That's not the question. The question is, with the funding, the way we're funding it and the different CTE programs that we have, are we being as efficient as possible? And one of the concerns I know we've raised a lot, but we never seem to get to the heart of it, is the issue of double dipping. And we mentioned it briefly yesterday, but I don't want us to lose track of that, because if we can be more efficient and free up resources, we'll be able to serve that many more students, or use those funds to direct somewhere else that are needed. But I do think that there are efficiencies and savings in how we're funding career and tech ed, and I want us to look deeper into those. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome. Other comments? Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was struck this morning listening to the presentation from the special ed directors. I pulled the main spreadsheets that we had received earlier in the committee process. And what is striking to me is, in a world where we are looking at that model with our existing resources, I mean, there's a preponderance of districts that receive less than and in significant fashion. So it didn't, in looking at that version of this model, it's like, well, that doesn't, bode well for being able to meet the needs. When I look at the models we received this morning, where, as Dr. Harwood framed it, the task was show us, model for us a preferred student-based plan. It works. And the question then becomes, it works with appropriate amount of funding. And what is most striking is it is pretty close to being what 92% of excess costs under our current model would look like. So the question that has been turning over in my mind is, would there be political will to, under a different distribution model, might the will exist to actually provide the level of funding that we're seeing it would take? We can consider that a question that isn't knowable today, but I would be curious, the thought process behind the choice, because if we can't get to a conversation around the costs involved, I think we're going to have trouble under any form of distribution model. So is it a matter of finding a model that has greater buy-in from lawmakers as the trustworthiness, or I don't know what the right descriptor is, but do you understand, like, am I making clear my question? I would be very curious if we could find a point where we have the comfort level to increase the funding.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Neinswander.
Kind of a follow-up on Mrs. Rookers and then Representative Getz on this topic.
Okay, and then we'll go to Representative Getz. Thank you.
So, looking at the models and the one at 92%, and I just pull up our budget here, we will transfer over 700,000, and remember, that's at scale. We have 850 kids in our district, of our general operating to special education for providing services. Under that model, that would reduce it by a little over 500,000, which then we could go back to the early interventions to where we have second grade classrooms of 24. We go or more classrooms at kindergarten and first with instructional aides, but once you get to second, that's $500,000 more we can invest into early intervention. So, when we look at the models of what does it take to improve the outcomes, that's a huge investment of our general operating dollars that we have to send to special ed, and it's gone up 200,000 in the last 2 years. So I just wanted to make those two connections, that it would go, and I know Dr. Gibson, our 700,000 might be 300 or 3 million for them, but it's all, he's saying higher. It's an economy of scale for size, but that's the investment that can be made regardless of the model. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Senator Erickson wanted to comment on this line of thought that we're currently on, and then we'll go to the very patient Representative Getz. Thank you for your grace. Senator Erickson.
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple of comments about the political will comment about would we be willing to, and I hear the term invest. When we talk about, the political will in investing, there has to be a return on that investment. And currently what we see is increased investment and lower student outcomes. And I think for there to be the political will to increase funding would have to be to show that what we are investing is actually producing student outcomes. And I think that's where we're going to get more buy-in. But as of yet, I haven't heard what the measurement or what we can agree on is the measure of success for student outcomes. So until we can agree on yes, and with increased investment, here's these improved student outcomes we're going to see because as of yet, we haven't seen that. So I think that that's some of the context for political will.
Thank you. Any other comments on this conversation? Representative McDonald, then I'm definitely moving on to Representative Getz.
Just along the lines of, I don't know, I think you said increased investment and lower student outcomes. I'm not sure I would completely agree. I was just texting with my superintendent in Olathe, and he tells me we've had more students than ever taking AP exams and courses with 3s and 4s. Last year we had 2,245 exams taken with 85% of students earning college credit, 2 of which were my children. So I think there's a lot of different ways to measure student outcomes, and we struggle in this committee, and I think in the larger scheme, other states are struggling too with trying to decide how do we articulate student gains. So that's something we still are grappling with, and I would argue that we still have more work to do to try to come to consensus on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, real quick, Madam Chair, on that, I don't think that we can look at our literacy rates and any of our objective state standard ACT or NAEP and say that we are getting improved outcomes for our investment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I promised, okay, you're going to defer again. Thank you. Senator Hill.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. A couple of comments, a little bit the way some of the discussion is heading, and you know, I appreciate anecdotal examples, and we all have anecdotal examples, but the reason we collect data is to utilize it in a manner that is statistically significant, to utilize it in a manner that is across the board. And so well, we often have an experience in a special way that may be important for our discussion. I think we have to take it in the context of what is the accurate and verifiable approach for all students. And kind of along that line, I hesitate to get into this tit for tat of which weightings are we going to increase, which weightings are we going to decrease, what direction are we going to go in this way and in that way. I believe that the purpose and value of this committee is to look and say, if we were to, and especially at this point in the discussion, if we were to design a system that was perfect, and we know that's probably not an attainable thing, but what would it look like? And, you know, I think it's really easy to be into these discussions of, well, if we tweak this a little bit here, then how do we adjust something else over there? At this point in time, I really want to focus my mind anyway around the concept of an ideal system. And if I can make a quick example, I mean, we went through CTE yesterday, and it appears we have 2 very similar streams of money that are coming from very opposite directions to accomplish the exact same thing. And now, if we were to sit around and say, any two or three of us sit around and say, how's the ideal way to fund a program? It would be from one stream in one direction. But the way things work out politically aren't that way over time. And so, I think this is a unique opportunity for each of us to look at our areas of expertise, and I kind of counter the idea that we don't have areas of expertise, because I think we all do. And our areas of expertise, and say, what would be the ideal if we weren't influenced by our past experiences, if we weren't influenced by the way it's always been done, how would we look at it? And I guess that's kind of where my mind is at right now, is not nearly so much of how do we tweak the system, but how do we design the system? So thank you very much.
Part of what I hear you say is we have to be willing to think outside the box, and I'll come back to that in a moment. We are going to give Representative Getz time to work on his list.
Since I had to wait so long, I was remembering a patient story when I was at church camp. They gave you a stick of bubble gum, and whoever could blow the biggest bubble. And if you're at the front of the line and it's still really sugary and you get to go first, you don't get to blow a very big bubble. So I was exactly at the front of the line because I was ready to blow the biggest bubble. But the longer you chewed that, the bigger bubble you could blow. And in that, just the being patient, and I thank you for giving me my turn, Madam Chair. I kind of got 5 stars on here of just different topics that I would love feedback on. The first one, the CTE shared win. I mean, I think there's a way to critique and make it better, 100%, whether that does need to go to a one stream or stay in a dual. But when you think about the legislature and Department of Education and the regents doing something together and being successful, furthering kids' vocational aspects and their higher education, I also, I mean, as much as, we need to continue to critique and make something better so that it's great, not just good. But I would say we're at the high end of good, even with some critiques on that program. And so I like that, legislature's funding it, department's coming through with some good programs, ways to do that, and so is the regents, so are the colleges. So I just kind of wanted to say that, and, would I like to see a 75% goal? If we're at 54 and then there's 10% that are staying in school longer because of those programs. So we're at about 65% success rate with the money that's being invested. That's not bad when you're working with humans, especially little ones. So I would say that is something that very possibly, if we framed it well, we could use as a springboard for another very important program that we are still trying to figure out how to implement between those 3 agencies. Science of reading. It's trying to solve a massive problem. And what we could get into the same thing of overly criticize it or implement it and keep making it better and have that mindset about it. So the CTE win for me, I think, is the biggest thing. And I didn't say it yesterday because I kind of wanted to make sure that hear all the sides and be patient with blowing my bubble. But I think it could be one of those that we utilize as a continue to make it better, of course, respect the chair's, feedback on that, but see it as a win, see it as a pull together, which we need in education in the state of Kansas. So for the kids specifically, but for all of us too, less of the sideways energy and more of the progress forward. Another one that's kind of off that topic, but close to just something that needs to be fixed. I think there are virtual schools that do a really, really good job and offer a different option for students that need it. And I think that is also the case for special ed students. And I would like to see, the fix around, there's the private entities that get hired by a district that can't necessarily get the funds to do the job really, really well. I would like to see that be part of our special education rework in making it everything that it could and should be. I want to edify Representative Williams on the compromise of the tax credit for early interventions. And I know that is a burr in the saddle for many in this room, that it's become a bad word. And I would just like to try to reframe that in such a way that if we could help more kids by compromising at the prevention level, could we all, again, consider that a win rather than a threat to a system or funding, but we frame it around the student and the parent that's making choices around what that student needs, especially at those ages. It's got to be geared through the parent. I think that is a big one. On SPED, and I'm pretty close to done, thank you for the excellent options that you gave us and the hard work that you did over this last month and pulling a meeting together, Dr. Harwood, and making something happen on short notice. It is appreciated. One of my asks in that is on the tiers approach. It seemed like there was a quick showing of there was going to be some inequities between maybe larger, smallers. And on that, I bet there could be some equalization possibilities. That would just be an ask to still stay on that front loading the system rather than the reimbursement, but looking at solving those problems that we saw in the examples that were there, which were good examples. And then, still in the investment mindset, but with outcomes. I mean, that is I feel like there's two pieces of fabric in this room, the more funding and the outcomes, and we've got to figure out how to sew them together, or we're going to be divided for a long time. And finding that language and finding those places, I think there is absolutely political will, but we got to sew it together, or it's going to be divided. Yeah, I think that's my piece. Thank you for my time.
So you gave us a lot of material.
I did.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I am usually so careful about that because I know we have a certain people who watch us, and not all of them hear us very well. And I'm like the taskmaster on the mic, so I just proved my own need for us to be careful. So I said I was going to react to one thing you said first, because I think it's good news. And first of all, I want to thank Dr. Lane again publicly and the Board of Regents for bringing in Senator Baumgardner for bringing forth that conversation on we have to really radically course correct on how we are handling reading in our state. We wrote a bill and tried to live under it and said, okay, well, some of the things we got right, some things we didn't. And I think policy-wise, I think we've gotten to a very good place thanks to a lot of hard work from a lot of people on that task force. So I think what you're hoping there is going to happen. On that note, now I saw Dr. Rucker or Director Rucker, and I'll call on you next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to pick up on the last point you made and just try and provide framing to the outcomes versus funding question. I think it's not a question of either or. I think there is a perspective that is strengths-based, and there is a perspective that is geared towards consequence. And I think a strengths-based approach model, says it's not just more. It's if you're trying to close an achievement gap, taking away resources is probably at odds, I'll take the probably out, is at odds with the work that needs to be done to close that gap, which it costs, things cost money, personnel costs money, the interventions, the curriculum materials, the software program, whatever it is, has a price tag. So when we're trying to think about leaning in and providing more intensity, more services, more interventions, that's not going to cost less. So I think I'd like to think of it not as, you know, there's a group that doesn't care about the outcomes, just wants more money, and there's a group that cares about outcome. Like, I think we all want improved outcomes. We want to see our students across the state in any education setting achieve all that they can be in, you know, we want to, our motto is we want to give children the best possible start in life. And I think that holds true for everybody around this table, in this room, involved in this conversation. It is just a question, the mindset of, if we don't, it's the carrot and stick, basically. And I think there's one group that sees this as, yes, we have students that need things to catch up to their peers, to grade level, to however you want to frame it, to achieve those results take certain interventions. And so that, I just wanted to put that perspective into the mix. I'm not trying to debate who's right and who's right. I just think it's a different way of looking at it that should not be missed.
Representative Getz?
Thank you for your comments. Thanks for the opportunity to respond. You know, I think for me, it's not a stick mindset. You know, I'll just say that with the outcomes, and, you know, whether it's more funding or whatever that looks like. But the only place where I would push back, and I would agree with you, but I think there are some things that we've got to be honest of. Doing less of what's not working would also help us. So identifying those things, and there's always pride in that. I mean, of saying, man, we were doing this and it just wasn't helping students, and we're just going to pull it off of the activity list. And we don't have to do that anymore. We don't have to fund that anymore. And with that then available space, we still have the same resources, and we could fund that resources funding the right thing. So most of what I'm saying is adjustment to the things that will bring the outcomes for kids to have the dynamic life they were designed for. So that's what I mean by outcomes, and finding the things that are working and funding those things. And that does, I'm okay. So there's things in all of our lives that need defunded, that we just need to do them less. And what are those? And in education, there's got to be those things. And I'm not the expert. I say that in my committee all the time. Everybody else is way more experienced than me in education. But it is okay to admit that something is just not working, and stop doing it, stop funding it, and use those resources for something else. I think that's more so where my mindset is in the shift towards an outcomes mindset, married with whatever other resources are needed to get there.
Dr. Nadswander, and then Dr. Gibson.
So I appreciate, especially, you know, when we're talking about interventions, because that's where our mind will always go first. And, you know, when we look at our district needs list, intervention at the early ages is always at the top of that list. Now, we got to balance that with the upper end of kids that need school-based clinicians at the middle school and high school, but it's always there. Our school district started this year for the first time 3- and 4-year-old preschool. We started it because our community came together and said, other than one location that can only take 13 kids at each age level. And we average 70 kids at kindergarten. There's a community that has no access. So we started a preschool this year. Half of those kids qualify for either special education preschool or the state at-risk preschool. But our community group said, we will even pay, we have no access. And of a possible 120 kids, when you take out the ones that are going to the preschool, the only one preschool in our community, we started with, we're at 52 kids. It's the choice of the parents. About a third of them choose the half-day program. The other 2/3 choose a full day. Some of them pay a tuition. I would love, you know, we went from, and I'm just throwing out, you know, my bubble, I would have been the one at the front of the line. So I got a smaller bubble here. But, you know, at one point, kindergarten was 0.5. And then when we realized 95% of all kids in the state were attending a full day, the legislature graciously moved that to a 1.0. There was also, for years, the state funded about 7,200 4-year-olds. And then the legislature about 5 years ago said, you know what, we're going to make it to any 3-year-old or 4-year-old that qualifies for at-risk, show up and you're going to get served. So we've made at this early intervention as a state some significant gains that have allowed, especially rural districts, to at least, you know, we are supplementing our preschool with our general fund because it's one of the biggest investments. Our goal 4 years from now, break even, so we can then invest more at secondary. But I think looking at ways that we could partner together as a state to get more 3- and 4-year-olds into, even if just because my child, I might be able to afford for my child, if I don't have access in my community, then that doesn't help. So I do like the idea of continuing looking at ways at the early interventions to get more kids access. The last 2 districts I was superintendent at, that had the biggest effect on giving kids a level playing start, early identification when they entered kindergarten for the parents. And it's never the kid's fault. And so anyway, I just wanted to chime in that, yes, you know, I would love to be at the table to talk about different ways to get more access at early interventions.
Thank you. Dr. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few topics. One is, I think we just recognize that when partnerships occur between legislators and other entities, and then funding is enhanced, we see a result. And that's Career Tech, and we are very proud of the work. We're not perfect yet. There's still some probably tweaks to be made better, but I do believe the success we're seeing today are a result of everyone coming around the table and focusing on that. I think the challenge we may have is special education. You throw out the word $3 million, it's $8 million for us that we're moving from general fund LOB to supplement the supports. I think that that's part of the undercurrent, right? Is that outcomes, connecting it, right? What are we seeing, as well as the needs we know we have. However, I do know out of all the areas that we, I don't know what the report base is, 170 reports demanded of districts a year, counting, it's some enormous number. The one I look at most frequently, these people will look at and go, yeah, I know, is special education. That is the one area we report on the most. So this, I might be targeting a little bit here, Mr. Moore, but all those reports go, and I bet within those reports, if we could agree on what outcomes are necessary to show support for students with disabilities, I bet we have some data points if we agreed. Is that, I'm just thinking, like, can you just broadly talk about the outcomes and expectations that of all these reports, why we would collect, what types of things? I know it's very broad, but I'm kind of wondering if there's already something there, we just haven't talked about it yet.
Mr. Moore?
So I think when we collect the data, a lot of it's for federal reporting purposes, but the real issue is the IEP is designed to show a benefit on behalf of the child. Goals are written in a measurable format, and they're predicted out so that we can say this child is going to make this much growth within this area within 1 year, whatever the IEP duration is, but it can't be over 365 days. We have that data. We have state assessment data. We have other data that systems are using. We have evaluation data that shows progress if reevaluations occur. Every 3 years is what we're asking people to do, but it doesn't mean it can't be done more frequently. So I think there's a lot of data points that are collected on students with disabilities. We also have the same for title programs. I mean, our ESEA programs are designed in such a manner that we want to look at the growth that the students make either in a school-wide program or a targeted assistance program. So yes, we do have a lot of issues. We have PII involved, and oftentimes that gets in the way of us being able to report it in a manner that's publicly accessible. However, at the local level, there's nothing that prevents the district from looking at aggregate data on how their students are performing both on assessments as well as on IEP-generated goals and objectives based upon that present level of education performance and the predictability of where we want that child to be within the grade level standards. And that's something people often forget. IEPs are written in grade level standards. So I may be developmentally 3 years behind my peers, but I'm still working within grade level standards. We also have grade level standards for the dynamic learning maps, which is the alternate assessment for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. Those essential elements are written based upon grade level standards. So I think we do have a lot of tools available to us. It's just how we would put a plan together, either at the local level or interlocal level, co-op level, and really do a deep dive in what is the progress measure overall for our students with disabilities and our gifted students.
Thank you very much. I have Representative Steele in the queue and then Representative Rucker. And you guys have, I think this whole conversation, but before I pitch it to Representative Steele, is incredibly important because it kind of broke my heart for our professionals who presented earlier today. And we said, well, how did letters work out? And they're like, well, we don't really have a way to parse it. And I think we're in an information age where we can figure out how to parse it. And we've got a new CUME folder system that I have a lot of expectations for, and I drive poor Dr. Harwood crazy with that. But I look at the information age that we're in. I look at I think we are smart enough as a state to figure out how we're going to track data, how we're going to measure, and it goes back to Representative Getz's comment that brings it together because we have to know sooner whether or not the things that we're trying are working. Everything that we try is not going to work. That's human nature. But we need to be really good about collecting data so that we know sooner. It literally does break my heart when I think about how long whole language and 3Qing went on before we realized it wasn't working. And I want our professionals in the field to have access to high quality data that will let them see if what they're trying is working. I think that's important. So I'm glad that you mentioned the things that you did, Mr. Moore, because I think they're part of the solution. Do you want to respond to my CUME folder comment? Is that it?
No, actually, it was letters.
It was, okay. Then I'll put you in after Director Rooker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. There's been some talk about early education and pre-K, even, Dr. Neuenswander mentioned in his community, this 3-year-old pre-K. I just want to say personally that I'm very cautious about that because if we're going to stretch from K, which is essentially 5-year-olds, down to 3-year-olds, that brings in a whole new population of students that costs a lot of money, and we're already stretched on our funding, but we're also trying to figure out the special education. And it looks, I mean, our professionals that are here today put together wonderful spreadsheets with great information, but that's a $500 million sort of ask. And so I'm concerned if we're focusing there, but yet we're now looking at adding 3- and 4-year-old, I'm very concerned about significantly straining the budget that's already strained. And that's concerning. I do think a potential solution to that would be that if we did allow choice for parents, that if they traveled for work out of Meriden and came into Topeka, that they would potentially could have some choice, and they would be given some money that they could go take their children if your spots are full at creche, daycare. And so I just caution, again, adding a whole nother population of 3- and 4-year-olds into the system due to significantly straining resources. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
You're welcome. Director Rucker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To follow up with Bert about the reporting that exists, it's already, you mentioned a lot of it is driven by the need to report to the federal government. My question to you is, at the state level, I mean, obviously your division is involved in receiving those reports so you can create the federal report, right? Does the state board get a report from you annually on special education that uses those reports?
If I might.
Yes, Mr. Moore.
So what we have is the Special Education Advisory Council that receives our information on our State for Performance Plan annual performance report, and we can report that to the state board and have done that in the past. As far as reports directly to the state board, I think the data is made available because it's publicly reported and it's publicly posted. So anyone can go to the KSDE website, go under our special education link in the S's, because we're still on the old website, and find special education, and you can pull down our data for the last probably 10, 12 years. So it's publicly reported, and that's required by the Office of Special Education Programs that it be publicly reported. Now, as far as a formal presentation to the state board, if they want one, all they have to do is ask for it, and we'll provide it.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I may, I look at this truckload of data that we have received, and I think this has struck me more than once during this cycle, a lot, like at other junctures in my work on this. It's, I think, not an absence of data. It's a question of the audience receiving the data. And I think sometimes it is getting reported by each district about their students in different venues. And I think it sometimes is interesting to think about trying to articulate this thought, that the idea that we're not watching the outcomes of our kids. I think it's sometimes, I don't know, I feel like if you enter Arrowhead Stadium in the third quarter and want to stop the game to find out how the score got to be 21-17. That's what it feels like sometimes, where things are happening, things are being collected, being reported, being followed up on when things need to be adjusted. And I think sometimes it's simply that the audience for that is within that education landscape, the state agency, the federal agency, the district level. I know I maybe made that as clear as mud, but it just occurs to me that we are doing all kinds of things and providing all kinds of data. It just isn't always acknowledged as, there seems to be a constant request for something else. And I'm curious how we can land in a place where we acknowledge and respect the data that we have to work with and listen to what it's telling us.
Thank you. Dr. Harwood.
I just wanted to follow up a little bit on letters. So right now we are in the training phase of letters. And so I think the comments about not being able to see that yet was about a question of, have we seen a decreased prevalence of learning disabilities because of letters? And we're in the training phase. Training is 2 years for letters for teachers. And then you have to get into the implementation phase. And that's the next phase that KSD is starting to work on is, all right, now you have the knowledge. How do we help you implement it in every class every day? And that's where you'll actually see the differences in student performance. If you're starting with the earliest grades, they don't take state assessments until 3rd grade. And so those are the balances there. It wasn't that, I think what they said is that they think they are seeing improved outcomes for the students that are with teachers that have had letters training. We just haven't had it long enough to say, here are the increases in state assessment scores, or here are the decreases in special education. I think I think almost everybody at the table agrees that letters is a good idea, and that training in the science of reading is a good idea. Seeing the actual results is not an overnight kind of thing. And yes, that is frustrating, but I just want to make sure that we are in the training phase, then it's the implementation phase, and that's what then you would start to really be able to count on the results. And the other problem we have is that, as you heard, districts are in very different positions. That we had some very early adopters that are in the implementation phase. Then we have some others that are just starting the training phase.
So kind of and Mr. Moore, I see your hand and I'll come to you next. It's kind of, yes, they were, the professionals who spoke were early adopters, and I would love for them to be able to compare, even though it's preliminary, how their teachers who had been through letters training, how their students perform versus those who hadn't. And I don't believe we have the ability to pull that information that way, do we? And if we do, if you say we do, I'll be super excited.
So the state does not, but the district certainly would.
Okay. I hope they get that, because they're putting their hearts into this, and I want them to be able to get some kind of data that helps them, guide them in the future. Mr. Moore, and then I think I did, and then Dr. Neinswander.
Thank you. I wanted to share that while I was at the Chautauqua County Special Services Cooperative, we noticed a disparity in our communities for children's readiness for kindergarten. So we created a 4-year-old preschool program, and we had every 4-year-old enrolled from the late 90s until I left there, and I'm assuming they are still providing that. We braided our funding so that we had child and adult care food program dollars that provided for snacks. We used the lunch program for lunch. We had transportation reimbursement for those kids that had IEPs. It was totally integrated. We also were able to use 4-year-old at-risk funds at that point in time, which got us a 0.5 weighting. Students with disabilities got a 0.5 weighting. And my district at West Elk put $35,000 into the program, which was 2 sections of preschool with up to 26 students attending. I was told by one superintendent I would not get any students attending, that they need to be home with their parents. Within 2 years, we had every 4-year-old enrolled, and that continued during the duration. And any student that moved into my district who had not been in that pre-K program was way behind when it came to curriculum. We had kids in kindergarten reading at the primer level by January. So what I'm saying is, when you have a concerted effort to meet the needs of your youth, and we're in frontier counties, this was Elk and Chautauqua County, we had no pre-K programs. We had one daycare that finally opened to try and take care of the teachers' children. But it made all the difference in the world for those 4-year-olds. And it resulted in us having a 100% graduation rate some 14, 15 years later. So we kept those students. I'm just saying that when it's done and it's done with fidelity and for the right reasons to benefit the children, it can make all the difference in the world.
Thank you very much. I am going to go to Dr. Neuenswander, then Senator Hill, and then Representative Getz.
So I just wanted to follow up on the letters training. Our district was one of the adopters, early adopters. I'm just starting my second full year there, but I've lived there for 18 years. So the year I stepped in 2 years ago as their interim to help them out a couple of days a week, they were in their first full year. All the teachers have gone through. We hired a letters facilitator trainer with the support from the State Department with their, I believe it was their remaining ESSER funds, to get all of our teachers trained and then to train a trainer. So we were also one of the districts. We can see on our formative assessments that I mean, every district, I mean, you know, I was back, you know, at the State Department when we were looking at going to a national assessment, and that went nowhere because we didn't want our student information in some other state, so we decided to stay with KU. But it was also, at that time, we were not going to have every district use the same formative. So districts chose what worked best. So, I mean, could it be available? It would take some, you know, for a common reporting system. But our teachers monitor that. Our curriculum director, our letters facilitator, we onboard and train all new staff. So we're seeing changes in kids because of the instruction. And we monitor that every 2 weeks. We do reports on it. We monitor where kids are. Would love to have you come and sit and have that conversation, because right now that's probably the only way you're going to see that. And it's right. It's hard to say, well, what effect did that have on state assessments? Many of those kids have never taken one, and you know, but we will follow those kids all the way through middle school and high school. But we're having, I just want to report, our teachers are excited about it. And it's great to walk in to a professional development day and all the teachers are all on board and believing in something bigger than themselves. So it's fun to watch. Would love to have anybody come and join those days.
I'm one to hop in a car, so I will definitely take you up on that. And I love what you had to say about what you're gathering from the formatives, and I think that's also part of my favorite things that we're doing with KISA 2.0 is we're starting to get it. We're really beginning to look at data, but I think we can grow this system. I think we can help our professionals learn more from it. I think we can help the legislature learn more for it. So I think we can mature it, and I almost feel, and I'll definitely let you respond, feel like we need a better, deeper conversation, because part of this leads to how do we define success? How do we accurately measure it? And so I really appreciate the openness in the conversation we're having, but please go ahead.
And, you know, for years we talked about summative, and people started having conversations about the formative. There's also the informative. Those are the ones that on a daily basis, teachers now being more trained in the science of reading on what to pick up at the moment in the classroom to be able to adjust. And there's a lot of training on the informative that is not, they're not going in and plugging it, they're making adjustments on a daily basis because they're better trained to be to recognize and notice things at the moment.
Thank you. I am going to go to Senator Hill next.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. There's a lot of things that I have no expertise in whatsoever, and a lot of times people are talking about things here that just kind of go right over the top of my head. One thing I do happen to have a little bit of expertise in is data. And I've heard some things that trouble me a little bit. I think the only thing worse than collecting no data at all is collecting so many data points that you have absolutely no idea what's causing what. And one of the tools we use in advanced statistics are multivariate analysis. And I think it's critical that we start to look at some of the, and by the way, I'm a fan of letters training, but the idea that since we've only been in letters training for a relatively short period of time, that we can't expect to see any results from it is ludicrous. When I apply a treatment to an experimental group, that treatment starts to make a difference immediately. Does it make an outstanding, huge difference? No, it doesn't. But giving an example, if I have a wheat field and I apply fertilizer to a portion of the wheat field, the overall yield is affected. And in a similar manner, we do have districts that have completed letters training, have all their teachers certified. We have the districts that are still working on it, but that becomes a variable in a multivariate analysis. And saying that we can't analyze that from a statewide level is not true. We can analyze that from a statewide level. We can include that as a variable in the model, and if it's a significant variable, you start to look at it. And I think we need to be careful when we talk about data and say we can or can't do this, particularly if it hasn't been reviewed by statisticians. I think we need to do a lot more analysis using people that have statistical analysis expertise above all else. And, you know, the only reason for us to even collect data is to be able to make decisions based off of it. If we're not going to make decisions based off of that data, wow, just go back to zero and make it easy on people. So I'm concerned. I'm really concerned. I've heard some comments about we've only been fully funded for 3 years. You know, that would be the 3 years that a third grader has experienced. And we've only been doing letters for a few years. Well, that would also be the years that a third grader has experienced. So we should be starting to see some indicators of positive change. Now, I'm sure each of, you know, I'm hearing that on an individual level, in an individual classroom, an individual teacher at a certain school, they feel good about that. But, you know, we didn't see those numbers in the third grade assessment of NAEP. And I know we have an indication that there wasn't a statistically difference in the midpoint of NAEP, but we had the lowest score we've ever had in third grade reading assessment. I don't think we can ignore those things. And I think if we collect data, we have to listen to, we do a good job of analyzing it, and then we listen to what the data says. And otherwise, don't even collect it.
Thank you. And I did check NAEP, and there's 4 scores that you get, English language arts for 4th grade and 8th grade. And No, not where I was going. Out of those 4 results, we were below the national average in 3 out of the 4. But Representative Gates.
I'm chewing on my bubble gum over here.
Yeah, I guess I would just like to clarify, based on some of the things that Senator Hill said, is that when I talked about that statewide, we're in the learning stage. That would be like learning about a treatment, not applying it. So I would agree that once you've applied the intervention to the group, you could start seeing that. That's the phase we're starting to get into. What I talked about is we don't have information to talk about yet, is that there would be no way that we could say that this has led to a decrease in learning disabilities. So we just haven't had data long enough to look at that. And so, yes, I would agree. As we get implementation, we should be looking at how the implementation has gone on. But you wouldn't expect to see results from learning about the intervention, only implementing the intervention.
Dr. Hill, or Senator Hill.
Am I understanding correctly that no children have been exposed to the new model of reading instruction?
So no, I mean, there are, it's pockets of things. So to think about that it shows up in statewide reading assessments, that there has not been enough time for that yet.
You know, and my point was that an overall change may not be visible, but we do collect data on a district-wide basis, and we do know those districts that have implemented instruction. And if we're seeing a difference in those districts that is more significant than the statewide average, and that would be identified by a multivariate analysis, that tells us something. And so, you know, my contention was that we need to be looking at those things. And I think 9 months ago, at least, I was requesting from the Department of Education, those districts that had fully implemented, seeing whether those test scores were responding or not. And I haven't seen anything that indicates a differential. You know, I mean, you may have it, but I haven't seen it.
Dr. Harwood.
So I have to go back and look to see where that is with that. But I mean, so there was a slight increase in state assessments the last 2 years. Is that an indication that letters is working in the places it is? We can look at those. We have that on the district level, and so we can look at the districts that have been there to see if there are more of if the change is greater for those districts or not. I think part of the issue we'll get into is we have districts that are implementing, so we don't have the data of which teacher the student had. And so some of those districts, it would be at the teacher level, and we don't, I mean, so the state does not collect that data. The districts could look at that. I think that what Dr. Nineswander was saying is that when they're looking at what the outcomes are on formative assessments for their students that are working with teachers that have been trained and are working and implementing letters, they are seeing that difference. That's not data, this formative assessment data is not data that the State Department has.
I'm wondering if the department might be able to work with one of the districts that's an early adopter and do that comparison for us, because I think we're investing heavily in letters, and I think we're looking for to start learning what we can from indicators. But I will move on to Representative Getz.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I remember walking into K-12 budget my first year and thinking about this formula and this circumstance of education and all the details, and just thinking, man, this looks like Greek. And luckily, I have a minor in Greek. My first class of Greek went really well. I got ahead. I understood it at the first, kept building on it, so you're learning a different language, if anybody's ever done that. You miss something at the beginning, you miss something pretty major. Greek 2, to actually get the minor, I struggled because I didn't do my review from 1 before I got into 2. Now, I say all that because I have a mindset about this front-loaded education. And I, respectfully to Representative Steele, I do think there's going to be a cost, but the return, I mean, if we invest more with outcomes and savings that offset the investment. So the example being, could we imagine in this state the same level of funding for special education with 40% less students in it? I can. I think we could do that. And that's part of what I'm talking about, of instead of putting it just in special education where there's a maintenance of effort and it's kind of locked in forever. So we're saying we're going to have this much cost, this much student forever. I don't think that's a very fair outcome to students that may not be special education, but we're just kind of rolling them into that mindset that we've created, instead of saying this front-loaded K through or pre-through, wherever we say stop, maybe has different weightings, maybe has a different mindset of, we want to help these kids pass the class of Greek and get the right steps first, and then let them find their footing on the other ones where they can branch out more. But man, it is a huge responsibility for us to look at that whole process and say, where is it most important? Is it just the cramming and crunching and filling in at the end? Or is it a systematic approach to helping that student and that family really do well over time? And in so doing, hopefully reduce our special education costs. I mean, that's I want to see that funded, but I don't want to see, I mean, I bet there's 40, 50% that are learning disability and behavioral disorder that I think could be dealt with in different ways. Some of them, I'm not saying all, because there's a reality to that. And again, remember, I'm a parent with a special needs kid. So I have a heart for this, but I don't want to have the wrong mindset about it, in that just funding that is the answer to general education. I'd rather up the base and the weightings in the early years and leave special education alone and let it be funded from other sources where they do have the money, but it not be locked in to the long-term mindset of special education has got to go up $400 million for us to do a good job with kids. I don't think that's a good mindset, personally. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I have Senator Erickson online, and then Director Rooker. Senator Erickson, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, just going back to the conversation about letters and data and how we're going to know if it's going to make an impact, to Representative Williams' point earlier, that is why we did not want the state assessment to change, because we're implementing structured reading and the science of reading and structured literacy. And we want to be able to know if that is making a difference. Since we do not collect formative assessment data at the statewide level, my question is, will we be able to see apples to apples with the new assessment to know if all of the letters training and the efforts in the science of reading our students are actually improving? Or if not, then how are we going to know that? What measure are we going to use to know that letters training and all the effort put around literacy is actually being effective for our kids?
Dr. Harwood, do you have an answer for that one?
So when the State Board of Education approved the new cut scores, they directed the KSD to, or actually it would be KU, to produce a concordance table, which will allow for the comparison of the previous scores to the current scores.
Senator Erickson, did that answer your question?
Well, sort of. Okay, cut scores aren't the only issue. It's a whole new test. It's a shorter test. It's a different test. So how are we going to know if the effect is from the different test, or how are we going to have apples to apples? That's what I want to know.
Dr. Harwood, did you want to contribute to that, or Board Member Porter?
And so all along, it's been said that it will be comparable. Apples to apples is going to be a little bit different. I think it is important to note that the 2025 test, some of the changes were to go along with the changes in the standards from 2022 that were implemented as part of the science of reading. And so part of the reason that the test changed is because we were making the change to the science of reading.
Okay, thank you. I think shorter than, am I correct that the new test is 40 questions? And what was the length of the previous test?
The new one is 40. I don't remember what the last one was.
Or do you think it's a big change or a small change?
I know that the test from 10 years ago, when we shifted from 2025 or 2014, that one became significantly shorter. I don't think this one is a lot shorter than the last one.
I'd appreciate the history on that, and I'd also appreciate knowing how many standards we have per grade level, because when I heard the number 40, I kind of felt like I needed to be able to put that into context for myself. If you guys can provide that, I think that would be helpful. Senator Erickson, did you have anything else?
No, thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
You're welcome, and I believe Director Rucker was next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To pick up where Representative Gates left off, it
is my fault because I did it first.
I apologize. In Kansas, we operate on a mixed delivery system for preschool. It is not exclusively USD based. We have beautiful examples of partnership between our school districts and community partners, including churches, in communities all across the state. We very much believe in community-led decision-making in terms of what is the right fit. We encourage partnership with local childcare providers. You can be a home-based provider and still be affiliated with partnering and receiving support from the school district for appropriate approaches to child development and professional development training opportunities, so that there is cohesiveness. It is not about instituting a universal model that is school building based for early childhood programming that we champion. So we do believe that parents need to drive the choices around the right setting, the right dosage, the right age, like all of those things should be the objective of the parent is to do what they believe best for their child. We do need to have a conversation about how we improve the offerings so that parents have places to choose from. And I think that's where that's where I would like to see the conversation go, is how we are ensuring that those options exist so that parents can make the best choices for their children. So I don't want to leave the impression that there is a movement to push for universal mandatory pre-K in a USD-based setting, because that isn't the model that we think is best for Kansans.
Director Rooker, when I consider what you said and what other people have said, I'm kind of want to do a gut check here. With the model that you described, does a system where in which the money follows the child and the family make the most sense?
Well, I think in the current system, when you look at the 0.5 weighting that exists as one component of it, that funding can flow through that district to a partnership with, I think we have a district that has helped keep 2 church-based programs open, preschool programs open. So they're using that funding and contracting for the service outside of their district. So there needs to be openness to the ways that we can support that kind of decision-making, I think. We have different the top is a private, that is its own program, but they partner with the Wichita Unified School District. So there is an exchange of funds. Top receives some funding for a certain number of slots if the children they are serving qualify for that weighting. There are creative ways. We would need to hear from districts across the state to know how different districts address it. But I think that's the point that has been made, is that when there are reasons that general operating funds get, it just gets picked apart. And right now, it gets harder, but districts can use general operating budget if they've got the capacity. If a 3 or 4-year-old qualifies for special ed, that's funding that's available. The 0.5 weighting for children who qualify as at risk. It's the children who don't have any of those qualifiers that the district isn't getting specific funding for. We don't have enough in our world to provide. So it is an open question, but I think all we've ever advocated for is making sure that we tackle a really complex problem of access, availability, affordability, all of those things. There's not a one-size-fits-all solution that's going to work. And it was the point that I would like to make here.
And I hear that point, and that's why I was asking about the money following the child, because to me that does seem to make a certain amount of sense. I'll let you respond to that, and then I'm going to go to Senator Erickson.
I think the danger in thinking about not funding programs is the money could then land where a family has nowhere to spend it. And I think that becomes, it's a chicken and egg. I think we have to tackle it in a multifaceted way, because it's a multifaceted problem. So parents do receive, that can qualify for a benefit to help offset the cost of childcare already. That in other states, it goes to the providers. In Kansas, that childcare, it's federal funding, it is paid out to parents so they can use it to pay for the child care services that they secure for their child. So we already take that approach in Kansas. We already offer a child care tax credit. Certainly open to a conversation about the tax code and how it's utilized to support families with young children in Kansas. There's a federal child care tax credit. There's a lot of layers of complexity, but I think if we don't also ensure programming options exist, it doesn't matter if the funding follows the child.
Thank you, and we will go to Senator Erickson again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think we all agree that early childhood is critically important. I think what we need to figure out is where that falls. And this task force is about K-12 funding. In the Constitution, it's K-12, not pre-K-12. Now, I'm all for looking at options for how communities and parents can best decide to meet the needs of their pre-K kids. And if there's a role that schools can fill that the community and parents decide is the right model for them, but I would be adamantly opposed to building into the K-12 school finance formula funding of non at-risk pre-K.
Do we have other comments? Then Director Profit, you were not here yesterday, and I don't know if you had time to watch our conversations. Senator Hill mentioned earlier about thinking outside the box. And through all of our conversations when it comes to cash that is carried over and financial strains from districts, the calendar is a really big issue. And so, not like you don't already have a hard enough job, but I hope that you will help us to think outside the box. I know we have very limited things that within our control on timing. We certainly can't control when federal payments come and so on, but anything when we move forward, and I'm not going to put you on the spot unless you want to bring forward any ideas, but just to dump that on your plate for you, that I think as long as we write a formula, if we can build into that formula a way to make the calendar less painful for districts, I think that would be a good thing. And you're welcome to comment if you'd like to.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies for missing yesterday. We had a pre-scheduled conflict, so apologies for that. I've not had a chance to go back and watch the video. I have not been given a full readout of it from my staff yet. I've been given a few top lines, so I heard some of the topics of conversation. The calendar is one that comes up quite a bit, whether it's cash carryover balances or timing of payments or whatever the case may be. Obviously, cash flow falls under my purview as budget director. That's what my team is charged with, is making sure that the state's cash flow is positive and always in a good position. Dr. Harwood mentioned this a couple of times, a couple of meetings ago, that part of the reason maybe that one of the special ed payments doesn't occur until October is the state's cash flow. We're in a much better position today than we were 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago, but it's still something that we need to be mindful of. So to give some context, between July 1 of this year and today, we have a cash balance that is $600 million below what it was on July 1 today, and we're in better shape than we used to be, right? So we do need to be mindful of that. Some of the things that have helped us improve our position are eliminating that delayed K-12 payment. So for, I think, 20 years, 25 years, we delayed that final K-12 payment. The state pushed it from June into July. So on the state's books, we didn't have the cash outflow until July, so it helped our ending balance. But we told the schools, that's great, you're going to reflect it as a June payment, right? So it's like walking into the bank on a Tuesday with money and saying, hey, please deposit into my account last Friday, is how we treated that. The net effect of that is our ending balance is a true ending balance now. It's reflective of what we have to go forward. Another area in which we've improved is debt service payments. So the month of October, we make interest payments for our debt, for the bonds that we have out there. We've paid off several $100 million worth of bonds. We have issued new bonds over the past year or two. It looks like there's some more in the hopper as well, which I'd love to have a different conversation on in a different committee. We can get there in session. The point is, though, that we've cleaned up the books in a better spot. So our low point for cash flow for the year happens to be usually around December. So if we need to pull up a special education payment at the time that we go to a new formula, I think we could do that, because if we're making it in October or September or July, our low point would still be like the December timeframe, right? So that's not going to impact that. But, you know, to the point of the cash carryover balances, if you're getting a cash deposit in June and not getting another one until October, or you're getting one in June for a different type of payment, not getting another one until January, it makes sense. We as a state have a cash carryover, right? We have a 7.5% ending balance requirement. We also have a stabilization fund, which we should have in case something happens. So cash flow will be a concern. I think there's a way that we can get there. I think there's a way we can get to pulling things forward to the front of the school year, but we're going to have to be mindful of that as a state as well. And while it's my job to make sure we protect the cash flow, or at least inform the legislature on what those concerns might be, I need to make sure that I'm upholding that commitment to the schools to inform the legislature. These are the commitments that are outstanding, so we need to hold off on other choices.
Thank you. I look forward to your ideas, and I don't think this is a quick overnight solution. I think it's one that's going to take us some things to get to the point where we can do, and certainly paying off our debt is something that would help us tremendously. So thank you for putting that into your thought calculus. Any other, anything else anybody else would like to ask or share? Okay, we are really, really quiet. Seeing none. If nobody has anything else they'd like to share or explore, I will go ahead and adjourn us and let you know what we hear about October. If you have scheduling conflicts, please let us know, and so that we can try to plan around them. Want to thank everybody for the constructive conversations today, and thanks to everybody who helped contribute to put this together. There was a lot of homework that happened pretty quickly, and I wish everybody a safe travel home, and we are adjourned.